video workshop. Today we're going to learn how to make these fun little creatures. A friend of mine named them for me and he called them DROITS. They're so fun to make. Once you make one, you have to make more because they'd be very lonely. And there's a lot. They're pretty simple. They have simple little faces, but they're so expressive, so animated. They're a lot of fun to make. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to start from the materials of the supply. I recommend you find a nice, easy to work with wool batting to make your droit. You can choose from the finest battings out there. This is a blend of Norwegian C1. I'm going to demonstrate today using a great wool to work with. This is called Dream Felt Fun Batting. I carry it in my online shop, and I call it batting. It comes in, it's somewhere between roving and batting, I would say. It's not that lofty, it's fairly flat, but once you rip it apart, rip it off of, it fluffs right up, and it's easy to shape into the forms you need to make a droit. And I would suggest a droit weighs anywhere from an ounce to all the way up to 2 ounces, depending on how thick you make the body parts or how fat you make them. I'd recommend buying 2 ounces of Dream Felt Fun Batting. And then you're going to need you can buy a doll maker's detail kit, which will give you essentially what we're going to use here, plus more. Otherwise, if you have snippets of wool here and there around your studio, that's fun too. What I have here is some brown premium felting bats. It's Norwegian C1. It's Dream Felt Premium. This is a dark brown. This is our short fibered white merino batting. This is great, beautiful, lustrous white wool. I use it in the droits, just a little bit in their eyes. This is enough wool for at least 10 droits. So you just need a small amount of wool for that. Then we need some color for the eye, and you can either use merino roving. Merino roving comes in the doll maker's detail kits. It's long ropes, long strands of wool. Or you can use batting in your favorite color. This is our premium batting. I'll show you how to use 2 different types of wool, and all you need that for is the eyes. The rest, he's just a solid color of whatever color you choose. I'm going to go for this bright orange color. I'd love to make a really brilliant bright droit today. So the color is up to you. They're fantasy characters. There's no rules. That's all the wool that we need. We need a good felting pad. This is one I've cut in half, and I've actually pinned it to the surface. This is for the video's sake only. It keeps me centered. I tend to work on the edge of the pad, so I drift out of camera view, and then it doesn't help you much. These I also sell in my shop. A felting needle, a typical felting needle looks like this. They're designed for an industrial machine. They come in different gauges, different blade and barb configurations. So what I've done is I've taken these needles, because they're sort of slippery to hold on to. They're not that comfortable. They weren't designed for a human hand, and over a period of time they can dig in and just be generally uncomfortable. So what I've done is I've taken these in my 3 favorite gauges and I've color coded them with a rubber coating. I use a 40 triangle. There's barbs on 3 sides, and the 40 stands for the gauge. That's about the finest gauge I need. This is a star blade. It has five edges on the blade. I use this for fine surface work and also for finishing the surface. And the last gauge that I use is it's a coarser needle yet. It's a 36 gauge triangle blade. This needle's much stronger. I don't use it much, but I use it when I have to attach parts together because it's so much stronger. And I recommend having one of each of these on your felting pad and also have spares because they do break. This video is the debut video of my latest product. These needles are much stronger when they're together. They don't break as easily. When I'm forming just a basic shape to start a project using a double needle versus a single needle, it just speeds up the process. We also have a sewing needle on the table here. I always keep at least one nice, strong, sharp sewing needle. This might be a darning needle, but it's pretty sharp. Darning needles are dull. You want something sharp so it will pierce your wool. It can help me when I'm attaching parts together, or I can use it to manipulate and stretch features around. Can change an expression in a hurry. Can change the length of a nose simply with a little tug. A nice little pair of sewing scissors or embroidery scissors. I don't cut the wool much, but I did every now and then when I'm working on eyes, or maybe if I want to trim up a few extra fuzzies, I'll just use my sewing needles, my sewing scissors for that. And then the last tool of my trade is felting sticks, also known as lollipop sticks. I get these in my kitchen supply shop, and they're also included in the doll maker detail kits. For this workshop, their main use is for fingers and toes, and it's a lot of fun to use a felting stick. So that's it. That's everything we need to bring a fun little needle felted droid to life. So I'm going to set this little guy to the side now. He's going to observe from the gallery over here. And I'm going to talk to you about the parts we need to make him. You can see I said I was setting him aside, but here he already comes back. You should be able to see the similarities here and what we're getting at already. We have all these individual little parts that we need to make out of our wool batting. So we need a large egg shape for the torso. We need an oval shape for the head. And then we need these elongated egg shapes. 8 of them for the limbs. And that's going to get us started to make the basic body. Then we'll build hands and feet. And we'll learn how to join them all together. But the first thing we're going to do is learn how to make these parts. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab a hold of this. I'm just going to keep my hands spread apart a little bit. And I'm going to start pulling off. And see how I'm grabbing the whole thing. I'm not grabbing it with my fingertips. I'm just grabbing the end of this, my whole hand. And I'm pulling off sheets that fit into my hand. Just nice sheets of wool that I can work with. I pulled off about 5 or 6 sheets here. So I want to stack those up in a nice you can alternate them if you see all the wool running in one direction. Just alternate them. Put some of the ratty chunks right in the middle. So what I did is I just stacked that up. Good, nice fluffy stack of wool. And now I want to shape it. Use my hands to shape it as close to this egg shape as I can before I ever start felting it with the felting needle. I want to get it as much air compressed out and this formed into an egg shape before I ever start needle felting. So I'm just going to start folding it up and rolling it up in my hands. I'm starting out in my left hand. I'm just going to fold that over, get my thumb out of there. Got a nice fold in the wool. I'm going to take this side and just gently stretch. I'm running my hands along the fibers and letting them stretch themselves and pull. I don't want to fold it over like this. I'm just gently stretching it over. I'm going to get my other thumb out of the way. Get on this side, just kind of pull those fibers. You can see them smoothing over and stretching, kind of wrapping around this bunch of wool. And here, just use my thumb again to get this pulled over. Now you can see it's starting to take the shape of an egg from how I'm holding it in my hand. Don't have much fluff left. I have this tail left right around here, so I'm going to take one more fold around. I'm holding on to this tail. I don't want to let that go. I'm using it to pull tension around this egg to hold itself together. I'm just coming right around the very middle. So that tail is right here. And I want to hold on to that, and I'm going to grab the yellow needle. Here's my single needles that come with the kit, but I'm going to grab my double because I like how these doubles work so fast. And what I'm doing is I've laid it down on the felting pad now. I have my whole finger. I'm putting a bit of pressure on there so this egg doesn't expand. If I let it go, it'll turn right back into that sheet of wool we started with, and I'll have to fold it up, roll it up again. So I'm just running this needle back and forth along the length of my finger there. And if you can see, I'm going in, I'm not even going in to the end of the blades. I'm going in maybe close to the end, but not quite. So don't felt so deep, don't work so hard that you stick that needle in so far. It only felts with the blades, so just back and forth. So I've gone over that a couple times now with my needle, and now I'm going to roll it, not letting it go, and I'm keeping the tension. That last wrap came this way, so I'm keeping some tension here. I'm just going to go over this, and what this is doing is locking that last wrap down onto that nice egg shape we made, and it's going to hold itself all together so that when I let it go here in just a moment, you'll see that it's held its shape. One more roll here. You can sort of feel it under your hand when it doesn't want to expand anymore. And here I'm going to start giving you some good pointers on dealing with these pointers. It's really important to always be aware of the direction those needles are heading, because one little mishap and these needles are so sharp they pierce into your skin really easily, and they don't cause major injuries typically, but they can make you bleed really quickly. So use the same principles as when you're cutting with a sharp kitchen knife. A nice sharp knife works the best, but you do need to be careful. These are nice sharp needles. They work great, but you need to be careful. So I try to keep my hands and fingers out of the way, and I like to remember that these needles travel very fast right through. You can see them coming out right down there. They travel very fast and effortlessly through wool. So if I'm stabbing this way towards my finger, I know that I can pierce my finger really easily. So I want to try to keep the needles away from traveling towards my fingers. And if I am pointing them that way just because to get, like, say, get this end felted, so I'm just going to keep going back and forth. You can see some of these tails are still wanting to stay up, and it's a rough shape. Let me get these down. So let me show you the shape we're going for once again. Now that's the basic egg shape. It's not going to expand back into that stack of wool. But what we want to do is get it controlled now. Now that we have it shaped, now we want to sculpt it with the needle. And to get it into a somewhat flattened egg shape, this is going to become this part, the upper part of the chest, the collarbone area, and the shoulder area. So we want this rather flat. We don't want our little droids terribly barrel chested. If you do want them barrel chested, you don't have to flatten it as much as I'm going to show you. And then we want it narrow. The narrow part becomes the pelvis area. So if you have this, if we use this wide end, you would have very wide hips, and it might look like a baby in diapers or something. So we want to use the narrow end for the hips and the pelvis. So in sculpting this shape, we need to keep those things in mind. This is the wider end, this is the narrower end. So let's just start with the narrow end. So you can see it's just wrapped around. I haven't even felted that yet. So let's just very carefully felt this end down. I don't want to get too carried away and flatten it out too much because I want to get it pointed. So to get it pointed, I'm just going to start. You can see how I'm just rolling it. I have my hand resting on the pad as I feed this shape around here. It keeps my hand very relaxed. I'm keeping a relaxed grip on the needle. With a nice relaxed grip, if I should happen to stab myself, it's likelier the needle will slide out. If I grip it very tightly, you can see I'm getting white fingers here. If I stab myself holding it that tight, I'm really going to hurt myself. So if you find yourself holding so hard, it hurts. Relax. It shouldn't take much effort to poke into the wool. The grips keep it from sliding, so keep a nice relaxed grip around it. I don't want to flatten out one spot. I want to felt evenly, so I keep moving it as I go. Now that I've got that tip thinned out and compacted down into a nice tip, I'm just going to keep working my way up back and forth across this egg shape. This is going to smooth down the surface really nicely. This particular wool is our fun batting. It's full of these little nubby nibs. You can see them. They add a lot of texture to the surface of your felted project. If you don't like that kind of texture, I'd recommend to use our Dream Felt Premium batting because it doesn't have any of those nubby nibs. It has a surface with more of a sheen to it. But it is, the fibers are a little more coarse and you can see them a little more. So there's all kinds of different battings you could use. You could use Icelandic batting. I don't carry that, but you'd have very hairy little droits. Romney batting might be a fun choice. Anything you use, I recommend using batting because it's just so much easier to work with than roving and say in these long ropes. It's harder to get it shaped into these nice shapes that we want. So what I'm doing is now I'm starting to try to flatten it out, and I'm pressing it down on the pad and flattening it out and needle felting it while I have it pressed into the shape I want. I'm just moving my fingers along out of the way. Turn it here. I have this really messy side here, so let me start working on this, cleaning this up. Most of this is going to get covered, so we don't need to worry about getting it to look really beautiful. What we want is it into a really nice shape, like this. So this squishing action I do, squish it, I'm pressing down pretty good right there. Now I'm just going to needle felt all around where I'm pressing. Of course not needle felt into my finger, watch where my finger is, but back and forth, and I'm just slide my finger out of the way as I work up. Move it around. If I turn it over now and squish it down from this side and repeat. One thing you want to be careful of is you don't want to have to felt it. If you keep felting to where this needle is hard to pierce in, you're over felting it. You're making your shape too hard. It's going to be hard to attach parts to it. It's really better just to start over with a shape if you've made it so hard your needle's not piercing in anymore. So to have a nice light touch as you go over this. Try not to focus on one area too much. I'm working my way back up to the top. I'm going to spend a bit of time showing you this technique, because once you learn this of making really wonderful basic starting shapes, then anything is possible. This could become anything you could possibly imagine, this little egg. So I'm just back and forth over the surface. You can see where it's holding itself, where you've squished it. Squish it into a nicer egg shape. Once you squish it, you have a minute or so to needle felt it before it expands back out into the misshapen look. So once you squish it, you have to do a little bit of stabbing to get it to hold that shape. Here I am again putting pressure. Now I want to take care of this end. It's a little loose. I want it to be nicely felted as well. So I'm being careful of where my fingers are in relation to the tips of the needles. And I see it's a little bit lopsided here. So it just means I probably didn't work that side quite enough. So here I have this little soft spot. I haven't felted it much. You can see I can pull that off. I need to felt this area. I don't want these soft spots. And it's messing with the shape of my egg. But I'd rather have that well felted because I need to attach parts on there, and if it's just loose wool, it just won't work. There's just a little pocket of air in there or something. So I'm going to fix that. I'm going to take another little bit of wool. Let me pull that apart. I'm just going to lay that right over that little indent. Just want to make a nice egg shape. I don't want that little indent. Now you'll find that will happen every now and again when you make a shape. And this, how I fix that little indent, is similar to how we make the shape bigger. Only I would have wrapped more wool around there. So get it around. So I'm pulling it around, I just stretch it around itself. And then stab it to hold it down. Squishing and then stabbing. So just keep going over the surface until your egg is even, that you don't feel any of those pockets or sinkholes. The top's felted and it still has some flexibility. See how I can squish it? It's well felted, it's strong. This shape's a little bigger. Yours should be somewhere in this size range. If you want to go bigger yet and make a large droit, I would take another couple sheets of wool, like how we started with this original egg. You don't want to add more to this thin end, you want to keep this thin. But I'm just going to lay this in my hand and just start wrapping it around, stretching it. Then you would go ahead and needle that on. If you want it bigger yet, keep going. You can just keep going till this shape is as big as you want it, and you can always add more here if it does seem too narrow. But I'm happy with this size. So that's just a little tip if you want to make a larger droid. The next shape we're going to make is going to become the head of our droid. You can see here. Start out with a nice little oval shape. It can be rounded, it can be, really there's no rule. His head's a little more round than this shape. So There's those couple sheets of wool that I just tore off. What you need is probably about 2 sheets of wool. So I'm just going to start again, fold it up, start rolling those loose ends over. And this time I want to make sure that both ends are nice and wide. I don't want to try to make one narrow. So just try to shape it thinking of that nice oval shape. Here I am with that tail right around the middle. We'll lay that down and repeat the process just exactly like you did for the big egg. Rolling that around until the fibers are tacked down enough to hold itself into a shape. There we go. And then felt. Roll it around like I showed you until you have a nice oval shape. This one doesn't have to be flattened out like this. It can be nice and rounded. So it's just a matter of rolling it around, being careful of your fingers. When I do the ends, I like to pick it up rather than try to poke sideways like this. I just feel I have more control and won't stab myself as easily. So anyways, when you come back, we will have these 2 shapes made. So keep going over it until it is nicely felted. You can't scratch off and lift off any more fibers, and it remains flexible. So you should have your 2 main body parts done, the torso and the head. I want to give you just a couple more pointers before we move along about shaping your parts. The black needle is really handy for changing the shape. Like if I think this is too long, let me show you how to take this shape and make it a little more rounded. I want to stand it up on its end and really squish it down and hold it. Now take the black needle and pierce it in until you feel the tip of the needle is somewhere right in the center of your shape. Now this black needle can hold up to this kind of jiggling. If you try to use a single yellow needle, a 40 gauge, or a single red, you might break it with this technique. Double needles might be hard to work in this jiggling motion. So I'm just jiggling is really what it's called, and I'm felting the inside of it. Tangling up those fibers, compressing them so they're going to hold it into a more of a circular shape. What I'm doing here is reinforcing what I just did inside even more. I'm just going from a different angle, which is from the outside in. So if you act like it's clay and then remember that you just have to felt it to get it to stay where you want it, you will have a lot of fun with your needle felting. It's a big part of needle felting. So let's move along. So now that we have our 2 main body parts made, we're going to start going for the parts for our limbs. I've got these pinned together so I don't lose them. I find these T-pins are very handy to have around. When I make a pair of parts, I usually pin them together, stick them to the pad somewhere like that. These 2 parts here are arms, and these 2 little ones are the legs. The leg pieces are larger, slightly larger, slightly longer than the arm. Not much though. You can see the upper arm versus the upper leg. Here's the upper leg, and here's the upper arm. Here's the lower leg, and here's the lower arm. Some things to be aware of when you're making your limb shapes is that by the time you add the hand on, the hand adds so much length. So we need to be aware to keep these forearm pieces short. Just be aware as you continue to explore with needle felting that this shape right here, always make them a little bit shorter than what your instincts tell you to, or you're going to get really long arms. The shape of these shapes is really important as well. The thin end of these elongated eggs should be nicely felted. You shouldn't be able to pull off loose fibers, yet it still should be flexible. What happens with these tips is that they form a joint. What you're looking at there is really what's going to become the knee joint. Let's pull up our little model here, and you can see the knee joint in action. So that's why you need a tip that's felted enough. You want this connection to be strong, but if you felt it too hard, you'll lose this flexibility. So the upper portions of these limbs are very important as well to get them well felted. This part is going to become the hip. Let me show our little model again. Here's our little hips in here, our little hip area. So it's important, I mean, that's a big part of any body is the hip joint. So it's important to have this well felted, and the tip of this egg well felted as well. The biggest trick here is to get parts that match. These two upper leg shapes need to be the same length. The width can be addressed as we go along, but they need to be really close to the same width. If you find one shape is really large and the best way you know how to make it smaller is to keep needle felting it, you're going to get a shape that is so much harder than the one you're trying to match. More, and harder, I mean more dense. And the joints will never operate the same. So what I find when I'm making these small parts, if one is just not working, toss it aside and start over. They don't take very much wool. They don't take very much time to make, but it is crucial that you get them right. So I'm going to set these aside, and we're just going to start with the larger of the shapes, and that will be the leg, the upper leg and the lower leg. So we start out with sheets of wool. See, I have some here. We start out with a sheet of wool, the kind of get this vegetable matter off. You're going to find a little vegetable matter in your wool from time to time. So I'm going to do this shape. It's about the same size sheets as we started with for our big eggs, but I'm only going to use one sheet for this larger leg piece. So I just want to give it a good fold over, just like that. Just fold it over. Now I want to start using that pulling and stretching motion to start compressing the air out, while keeping in mind I want one side very thin and one side slightly thicker. So, and I need them really dense in the middle. Not dense, but I need them to have plenty of wool in the center, otherwise we'll have weak shapes. So here I'm just going to pull this over. If you can see what I'm doing, I have pressure put on this shape from the whole length of my hands. And as I'm manipulating the wool, I'm not letting up on the pressure, only quickly enough to give it another shape. So here's going to be, this is going to be the larger end of the egg, and this is going to be the thin end. So what I want to start doing is just making sure these fibers are heading the right way. Give it another fold over. Let's get these. And if you remember, we were looking for the tail, like in the large parts, we had the tail that wrapped around. The tail is in between these fingers, and I've wrapped it all around here. So it looks a little awkward. I'm just trying to pull these fibers up still as I go. So I want to focus, I'm holding it down. This shape started getting all twisty in the middle, and it's not going to work. I've made hundreds and hundreds of these parts, and I still struggle from time to time right off the bat to get it to work. It was just started twisting in the middle, and I could feel I was going to have to work that too hard. When I lay it down on the pad, I want it to be in the shape that I want. So that was a good teaching mistake lesson. It wasn't a mistake at all, but it just happens. The wool just didn't quite roll up right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to separate it out, try to fluff it back up into a nice shape. So let's start over. I'm going to fold it there. I'm going to grab it, start folding it over here. Just start forcing the fibers towards the middle. Just so that the ends clean up. Here I'm going to go right over. This one's going to work out better. I can feel it because I have this nice little tail that's coming around now right into the middle of this shape. You can see there's where that tail went. So now I'm going to hold it onto the pad the whole length of my finger there. Got all this debris so I don't felt it in. So very carefully right up the length. Now I'm not going to let it go yet, just like we did before. I'm going to just start rolling it. So I'm rolling, I'm kind of pulling these, putting pressure here, and it's kind of sliding and pulling these fibers around. They're stretching around, kind of pulling the fibers around. It's stretching around itself, keeping the air compressed out. I'm going to give another turn, and I'm pulling again. These fibers are all just stretching right under my finger. And I can demonstrate with a single needle to show that I approach it just a little bit different. It works really fast as well. The single needles work great. Go back to the double. I can feel this tail. I feel the tail there, and it's still wanting to expand. I haven't gone all the way around yet. See the fluff there? So I'm just going to take it and wrap it and pull it. These shapes take a little bit more careful manipulation to get them nice and long and thin and evenly nice and long and thin with even density. You don't want soft pockets. You see here's a little indentation coming. Well, that's going to be worked out in no time. So I'm still attaching these loose outer fibers down. As soon as those are all down, then it's going to hold into its shape beautifully. So you can see how I slide my fingers out of the way as I go. They're just keeping the wool tamed down until the needle can get to it. So now what I want to do is, just like I did the larger shapes, is just keep rolling them. You don't want to needle felt too long in one place, or you'll flatten out the wool. You'll make it really dense in one area. So just keep rolling it. Keep your hand, your felting hand, at rest, and just use your wrist and your fingers to control the needle. And kind of feed it in, feed your shape in with your other hand. With your left hand or your right hand, whichever you prefer. Move those needles out of the way. This is the most common way I break a needle, is when they're sitting at rest and I knock into them. They break in the tip, then I have to dig the tip out of my pad. These ones are a little stronger, but they can still break. So be careful, keep them set well out of your way. I broke more needles that way than needle felting. So and now you can see what I'm doing here. I'm just making sure that that end is well felted, like I just talked about. I gave you the reasons. We need to make sure it's felted down. We don't want loose fibers or air pockets. And I'm just going to keep on rolling it. See a little bit of pasture that the sheep was raised in poking out. I'll get that in a minute. I don't mind leaving some of those sometimes, especially for my little forest characters, my little DROITS. They like to go play in the woods. They always, whenever I take them out for photo shoots, I have a whole bunch of them, many colors, and I love to take them out and let them play in the trees and take their pictures. They're very funny and animated. They really like their picture taken. So you can see here I'm just working my way down, rolling it around as I go. I'm going to turn it over now so I can really make sure I get this pointed end nice, this thin end nicely felted. See how nice the wool responds to these needles, the double needles. And again, just keep moving your shape because you don't want to concentrate on any one area too long to make it more dense than the rest of the shape. I'm holding this end up off the pad just a little so I can get this taper to get this tapered down really nicely. Here we go. We're getting really close to having a nice shape, and I just want to make sure this end is good. I'm going to switch to my single. I get really fine control with these singles. So what I'm just making sure this is felted well. It kind of got it rounded a little too much. So, but it's felted, so I can work it back into the point. And I will know that when I go to make this into a kneecap, it's going to be strong enough to hold for the life of the doll. It's going to hold itself together and be flexible. So it's a very crucial point. So you can see that it takes a little bit of work, a little bit of diligence to get a nicely felted shape. This isn't even quite done yet. Let me show you another trick that I use often. I like to think of wool as clay. There's so many similarities when you're sculpting with wool and clay, yet there's so many differences. It's striking. But what I'm doing here is I'm just rubbing it between my, rolling it, not rubbing it, just rolling it back and forth between my hands. And it's getting it just a really nice shape. It's getting the surface really nice. And it's kind of worked some of these looser fibers over. I just had felted this end, but it needs it again now. It's the friction and the heat of your hand actually does the felting. So I actually just felted the surface there, and just showed me I needed a little more work on this end. And once you do that, and once you roll it between your hands, if you just go over it one time with a needle, it'll hold that nice shape that it formed in your hand like that. You can do it again, or if you just want to concentrate and try to get your thinner end a little thinner even, just press it, just pretend you're working with clay. But remember to go back in and poke it. That locks it into that shape. There's that little piece of pasture. We'll just get that right out. These things tend to just bounce themselves out. They don't felt into the wool, so you can just pick them out. And the fun batting has a little more pasture in it than our premium batting. Our premium batting has a little bit, but it's really pretty clean wool. So is this. This is beautiful. It just has a little more of that character in it. Fresh out of the field character. So this shape is slightly larger than my demo shape that I showed you in the beginning. That's just going to make my droit have a little bit longer legs, but I can work this down a little bit more if I don't want him to have such long legs. I think they're cute with long legs. I'm using this motion again with my black needle, and I'm going to felt in the inside there. It kind of compresses it down and shortens the shape. Around again. And another way to shorten it, you have to be careful of your fingers, and the double needles really do work best for this, is what I want to do is just start felting it towards the center, from the end towards the center, rather than just straight down like I've been doing. So I want to just start rolling it along, and the fibers are getting pushed from here down this way because of the way the barbs are grabbing and pulling. And this is a good technique to know too, if you find that you have a soft spot in the center of one of these eggs. If you have a very soft spot in the center, you're going to have a weak leg. It's going to want to give out when you're playing with the character. So I'm just rolling it along, and I'm holding my needle at a pretty sharp angle to the piece, like about that. I'm a needle felter, not a math person, so I don't know what angle that is. I'm okay to admit that. So I've done it from the large end of the egg, and I can also do it from the shorter end of the egg. And if you find that the center of your shape is really thin, like I showed you on the larger egg, how to fill in a thin spot, I don't have that problem with this egg, but if I did, I would just take a small sheet of wool, small piece, just pull a little bit off the batting. See how there I'm kind of separating it, stack it and then separate it, and I'm just getting a thicker stack. So then I would just fill in that spot. It's really important to do because you don't want these weak spots in the legs. You don't want them. And it's really easy to get them when you're rolling. It can just be a little pocket of air in there from when you rolled up your shape. So each shape you should have to roll it around and manipulate it. Give it 5-10 minutes per shape. 15 or so while you're learning. There's a lot of them to make. You have to make 8 of them. So be patient, take some breaks, and know that when we're done with these shapes that the fun is going to begin. So to make a matching shape, you just have to remember how much wool you take. And if you always start out with those same size sheets as when we made the big egg, the original torso, if you always start out with that, then you have a guide to follow. So we took a piece that was about nearly the size of my hand. So if you want a smaller shape, let's go for the smaller shape now. I'm going to rip off that same size piece, roughly the size of my hand, but I want a smaller sheet, so I'm just going to tear off maybe about 1/3 of that. And so we're going to make a smaller shape with that. Go ahead and fold it over again there. As you do these really small shapes, you start working more with your fingertips than the whole length of your fingers. So over again, and here we go. We're just pulling the wool towards the middle. See me manipulating it till I get it. I feel that it's smoothly stretched here. Pull this over. Start grabbing that tail. I want to force that tail right to the middle of this shape to strengthen up the center of it. So again, hold it down. And they always look big. Your shapes shrink a lot, so they look too big when you first start needling them, but you can see how they shrink quite quickly. So here's one. We have a little weak spot. I'm not going to try to fix it until I know that I'm not going to try to add more wool until I've gone through the shaping process like what I told you before. And right away here I'm just going to force fibers from both sides of this shape into that weak spot and see if we can't fill it in just simply with needle felting rather than more wool. So I think we have enough wool here. Be very careful of your fingers when you're needle felting at such sharp angles. These needles are sharp and they don't feel too good when they stab you. I rarely stab myself anymore, but when I was first learning, boy, oh, I had some terrible, terrible sore fingers. There's no need for sore fingers. You need to just try to keep a light touch. Don't go too fast. So that weak spot's filled in. It's just amazing how these needles push the wool right where you want them to go. I push it and stop it right where that weak spot was, but I went too far and I stabbed myself. But my instincts, see, they went right through. My instincts told me to get my finger out of the way just as it was happening, and I don't have a tight grip, so it didn't force it through my fingers. I'm gentle enough. So don't go too fast, don't grip too tight, and if you try to film yourself, know that you can't watch your monitor so much while you're doing it like I am. I'm watching it and trying to keep everything in your view. Now let's get this seeds in that one. We could plant that maybe. So again, I'm showing you exactly what I showed you before, so we'll probably just move along. Here I am again tapering down this edge. What I want to do is I'm going to show you how to make two mismatched parts match. That'll be the last lesson, and then I will leave you to making your 8 little matching body parts, and I will get them all lined up again so you can see exactly what it is we're going for here. This process of making all these parts, I will admit, I find less enjoyable than when I'm creating the faces or constructing the parts to make into a little body. This is more the busy work, the drudgery, but it's all part of the process, and it's really key to get these shapes made well and right. It is the key to a great needle felted doll, pup, droid, anything you want to make. If you can learn to make these body parts well, you're going to have great needle felted lifelike. You're going to have wonderful lifelike needle felted art. So I'm going to shrink it down just a little bit. It's still a little weak in the center, so I wanted to address that a little more with this handy black needle. This thing really grabs the fibers. I find it grabs too many sometimes though, and it just can beat up the wool and take that life away, take that flexibility. It can make it dense in a hurry. And so can the double needle, so I have to be aware of that. The single yellow seems to keep the wool the most lifelike while felting it. But when just forming these basic shapes, this thing speeds up the process. If you've taken some of my other DVD workshops, you will have found this lesson to be there as well, and you may be finding it redundant, so it's perfectly acceptable that you skip past the shape making. So I made a little one to try to match this one, but you can see that it is a little bit too short. Not quite right. So I'm going to show you how to make this little one match this one without too much work. I don't want to build up the tip anymore. We want to keep those tips thin. So I'm just going to lay on a little piece. See how much smaller it is than a full sheet that we started with before. It doesn't take a lot to increase the size of a shape. So I'm just winding it around itself. Now I'm going to start pulling those loose ends around this end here. It's going to start making it a little bit longer. Doesn't feel like it's going to really add much length, but you'll be surprised. So I'm holding on. There's that tail. No different. Just bring it up towards the end. So I'm going to lay it down and felt it in. Now this may or may not have done it. I may have to do it one more time with even probably less wool, but I think this may have done it, and I'll show you. Show you a couple tricks here to get shapes matching, and with all this knowledge you'll be able to go and make your 8 body parts. Perfectly matching little body parts. And when I say perfect, I'm far from a perfectionist, so get them as close as you can. We'll be able to make it all work out in the end. So you can see it added some length. It's a little bit stockier now, though. It's a little chunkier than this one, so I want to use this trick again. I'm putting quite a bit of pressure on it, just trying to lengthen it. Look at that. Look at what it did, but I need to needle it so it doesn't shrink back to that little chubby shape that we had. So get this end. And there we go. Well, I want to make sure this end is right though. I had this end was feeling a little loose and it feels a little thinner than that. So I just want to make some adjustments here. So they're still not quite right. This one's arguing with me. It's wanting to shrink back. So like I showed you how to make it shorter, well, you can make them a little longer. You can use this method that worked, but it shrunk right back. So, or most of the way back. So I just pulled it, I stretched a little bit, and then I want to go from the center up towards these ends. Kind of forcing the needles, forcing the fibers along the length. Look at there. So it doesn't take a lot of manipulation to get the shapes to match. They're not going to naturally match just from rolling and shaping. You're going to have to put a little work into them. And if they're not perfect, that's okay, because we'll have the opportunity of, like, one's a little thinner than the other. We'll have the opportunity to cover it, to fill it in. And as long as they're flexible and have life, that's all that your droid's going to care about. So get them as nicely as you can, and when you're done, get them laid back out again. So when you're done, you're going to have 8 nice little torso portions. You're going to have one nicely felted torso, and then an oval shaped head. And so that's what you're going for. Right there, exactly. So use that as your reference as you continue to make your body parts. And when we come back, we're going to turn this head into a fun little face with just a few amazing steps. So that's something to look forward to as you continue to make your parts. So I've taken a few minutes. I've cleaned up my felting pad, getting ready to start working on the face of our droid. Droid faces are really fun. They're really simple to make, and they have almost instant character. We have options for eyes. You can see this one has some heavily lidded eyes. This one has big, wide open, silly eyes. So things like that will be up to you. We're going to learn how to just take little sheets and pieces of wool and turn them into a fun face. So let's begin. The first thing we need to do is decide where we want the eyes. The eyes tend to be right in the very middle of a head shape. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take most of the face lesson. You'll see me using my single. Most of the lessons you'll see me using my single, but not all. I'm going to be grabbing the double to speed things along. So what I want to do is I just want to draw a line with my single needle. I'm just going to draw a line. This is just going to give me a reference point of where these eyes are going to be set. They're going to be somewhere right in this vicinity here. So back and forth a couple times. You see how it's dented in a little bit? That's all I need there. This just gives me something to work off of. So the first step in a face is to get the most prominent feature on first, and that would be the nose. That nose is very prominent. So we have options with the nose. Some droids have big noses, some have little noses. It really depends on how much wool you use for your nose. So what I have here is a sheet about the size that we started with for our egg shapes. It looks like a lot of wool for a little tiny nose, but it's really not. So it's somewhat similar to to how we start shaping our eggs, in that we're going to fold it over. So I haven't folded it quite in half, just fold it over a little bit. And I'm going to take and I'm going to fold that again and pinch that. And then a nice little fold there. And now I want to take these edges and just roll them over, pinch it, take this one and roll it over, kind of scoop my thumb under and pinch it. So what I have is this kind of a triangular shaped piece here. I'll lay that out and I'm pinching it together. This is going to be the end of the nose. This is the back side. So I want to use my yellow needle and just really light touches here. I'm going very shallow. And I'm just trying to close this little seam up here. Again, this lesson I show in every one of my DVDs, so you guys that have watched more than one of my workshops, you know this step well. So, never hurts to review it though. So I've just closed up that seam, but I haven't done anything with all this, and that's what I want. So, turning it over and I'm pinching it, and you can see that this is going to be the tip of the nose right here, and where I'm going to pinch right up here will become the bridge of the nose. You can see there's the little bridge. So what I want to do is take my egg shape and look at that line. That line is going to tell me where I want to attach the nose, because the noses, our noses are between our eyes. So I'm pinching it. It's a little awkward for me because I'm trying to keep it in the camera. So what I want to do is I'm pinching it right at that bridge area. You can feel that little bulbous area that you felt it on the back side there. There's the back side, so make sure you lay that down. So this is one of the more tricky parts of a face. So I'm pinching it tightly, I'm pressing it down. I'm going to take my yellow needle and I can see the line there? And all I want to do is tack this in. I'm just stabbing on the edge, taking some fibers from the nose and letting this yellow needle drag them into the head. I'm not felting on it, I'm just right next to it. So very carefully here. I want a tight bridge, so pinching it still. Move this so you can see better, and I can see better. So I'm going to pinch it and work those fibers right into the head. So what I want to do is very carefully fan these fibers out here. If you're used to working with our premium batting, one of the features of that I love is it's really easy to fan out. This can be a little more lumpy and chunky. So if you're used to the premium batting, you may feel a little frustration here. If not, you won't know the difference until you try the premium batting. This is fun batting, and you can achieve some pretty fun results. So what I'm doing here is I cleaned up these edges. I fanned them out. Now I'm pulling them right over there. There's the line, and what these are going to form is the forehead. This part of this wall is going to form the forehead and the brow bones, or the eye socket bones. So what I'm going to do, you can see that I'm stretching the fibers out gently between my fingers. I'm just going to tack them in. This should tack in right along that line you made, and then just gently stretch them out around the head, and only tack in the loose fibers on the edge. Just leave the rest of this part alone for now. We'll get there. We're just tacking this nose shape on. So you have your little nose on there. It's all lumpy, and mine's all lumpy up here still. We're going to address all that a little bit later. We just wanted to get it tacked on. Now we're going to make the mouth shape. So we have a sheet, just about like all the others. This one's fairly thin. So I've got it laid out on my felting pad here. And what I want to do is take my yellow needle, I want to draw just a straight line right across this shape. I'm drawing these fibers, forcing them right into my felting pad. I need this felting pad to hold on to them. That will help me get this nice clean edge. So I've drawn a line from right in the center, leaving fluff on all sides of this line. So now that these fibers are forced into my felting pad, I can manipulate this to get a nice clean edge. I haven't forced them in there too deeply. I don't want to destroy my pad or rip anything up, or I've just felted them in there enough to hold. And I can feel where I started. I started right here. When I go along that line, I can feel where I ended. So that's kind of nice because I need that. So fold over. You're going to see, here you can see the fibers. See how they're pulling out of the pad? Right there. You don't want to pull that hard. You just want to fold it right up to that line. So find where you started. You're going to curve out and make sort of a half moon or half circle shape, and feel where you started on the other side, the other end of your line, and curve right up to this. So I'm going to switch to my double needle for speed here, because what I want to do is flatten this down from the edge to this line that I just drew. And that just means repetitive motion back and forth over it. So the double needle really does speed up things like this. Now I'm only going in about maybe halfway up the blade. I don't want to drive these fibers too deeply into the pad. So if you hear excessive crunching, that's the excessive crunching sound you don't want. You're just damaging your pad. You want a little bit to hear the crunch into the wool and a little bit into the pad. It's inevitable it's going into the pad. I'm not going straight up and down. This holding it sideways is much more effective. Switch your angle a little bit of your needle as you go. Back and forth until you have compressed the air out of that and it's felted. Here I'm going back and forth again. So staying away from the edge, I'm going to address that edge here in just a moment. I'm felting right up to it, but I don't want to try to clean it up or anything. It's gonna have some loose, hairy stuff. So once you've gone over it and you don't see any big pockets of air and you feel that that's evenly felted, it looks much different from where we started. So I think it's evenly felted. So now I want to take, you can see the fibers pulling out. There shouldn't be much deeper in your pad than that. If they are, lighten up next time. Don't stab so hard. So you can see what that needle actually does, how many fibers it's really pulling. That's a great way to see what needle felting really actually is doing inside your pieces when you can't see them once you pull them out of the pad like that. So anyways, now turn it over. And you're going to need your red needle for this. This one's really great because it's got more barbs that are closer to the tip. So this needle is good for getting this hairy edge down, and I don't want to felt it too much more. So I've turned it over and I'm just taking my finger, the length of it, and smoothing those fibers right over towards the back of this shape. And then I'm just going to really gently go over that. You see what I'm holding the angle nearly parallel to my shape. And I'm just tucking these loose fibers that are near the edge. Anything kind of loose, I'm rolling them back to the back of the shape and needle felting them down. I don't want to stab right through. I don't want to stab into the pad. I don't want that furry effect on the front side. This is the back side, and I'm just cleaning up this line here by forcing the fibers out towards the fluff. So here's the front side, and here's the back side. It's hard to tell them apart now, and that's what you want. So now, here's a little bit of straw again. So here's my felted shape, and for some reason I have a lot of excess wool on this side. It just sometimes happens like that. So what I want to do is clean this up. I don't want anything big, foldy, and thick and chunky. So And now I'm really gently just fanning the fibers out. And I'm going to clean this up on this side. I need this fluff to attach it to the face, but I don't want any big chunks of fluff. So these can be put right back in your bat and rolled right up into the next shape. So that's not waste or anything like that. It's just you're not using it for this shape. So now find the very center of that mouth shape you just made and divide those fibers right up to your felted area. I didn't get it quite in the center. There's the center. So now you want to take it right under the nose. It's pretty cute. And just tack it. Here's the start of where I felted, the start of that half circle line. So I want that to meet up with the bottom of the nose. And I'm just going to tack it in where the nostrils go. And so these fibers are going to be stretched up along the side of the nose. And I'm just going to tack them in like I tacked in the nose, all those loose fibers. Just tack in the very loose ones on the end. Don't worry about felting and tacking and felting it all down to the egg. Just tack these fibers in. So here is the start of his mouth. And this droid only has, all my droids only have upper mouths, upper lips. They don't have lower ones. It kind of gives them some funny characteristics. So now what I want to do is start to look here. How do I want this mouth to fit onto his face? Generally, I base the droids on humanistic features somewhat. Of course, their ears are not, but their eyes and their nose and things. I go by how I do my dolls as well. So I like to make these lines here that go from the nose down to the corner of the mouth. It gives it a lot of character. So let's start there. This is the part of felting that is the sculpting part. This is my favorite part. So what I want to do is I just want to start sculpting in around the nose. And here is this line that I'm talking about that's going to go from the corner of the nose to the mouth. I'm just starting to work this. I don't want anything definite yet. I'm just, whoops. See how that's already changing it? And here I'm pulling these corners up of the mouth up a little bit because I want them to be happy. So we're going to pull those up just a little as we sculpt here. Again, I'm not committing. I'm not tacking anything down. I mean, it's starting to stick, but there's plenty of room. I don't want to felt it so hard into here. I don't want to keep felting along this line and make it so I'll never be able to move this shape or manipulate it. You'll see what I'm getting with this here in a minute. So now we have these fluffy edges. Well, these make great cheek, puffy, cheeky areas, but I want to fluff them out. Just take them and fan them out a little bit more. You already should have fanned them out a little bit, but kind of started to felt over here. I think that's, I had my mouth very broad. Let me see, I can't fan it out there, so it means I've already felted it. So fan that out and just tack down the loose fibers. But I don't want to obliterate where the eye is going to go, so let's kind of manipulate these fibers down just a little bit. Tack them into that line that you made and then around it. If you can see there, by tacking them into the line, you're sort of starting to put where the eye is going to be. You're going to start, it's going to look like it's winking at you. So again, what you do on one side, do on the other. Fan these out. Now tack them into that line, work them into a cheek shape, and then just tack them down all the way around. For cheeks, I leave leave them fluffy. They're soft and a little fluffy. I felt the surface of them near the end of the process, so don't feel like you have to stretch the wool tight. Leave it fluffy where you want a little bit of chubby cheeks or anything like that. So, how cute is he? I'm going to clean up those fibers there. It's already getting cute. I don't know why I'm calling it he. So now I want to start, this just tacked on, it's just the start of a face. So I want to start looking at the nose. The nose is big and bulbous. I want to reduce it a little bit. The best way I found to do noses is to work from the forehead down. If I work from this, if I start sculpting it from here and going this way, this nose is going to crawl right up the face and is going to be even above the eyes. So I want to keep forcing the fibers down towards the mouth to keep the nose elongated and from being really short and a little bulb between the eyes. That's not what we want. So here is how I start sculpting a nose. Right there where I started tacking it in is where I start. On both sides I take a few pokes from one side, and what you can see, if you just sculpt the sides, it naturally pulls this bridge together, and you're going to have a really nice smooth bridge shape if you just don't felt this part. It's amazing what happens with this, how the wool pulls itself. So a few pokes on one side and on the other, and I'm going to keep working my way down, and I'm starting to envision where I want the flare of the nostrils to be. And you can see how that's working. I'm just sort of pushing this wool down into a flare. A few stabs on one side. If you don't move back and forth between sides, you're going to have a really lopsided nose. So that's a good start. Now I can turn it over and work it a little bit more this way. I'm going to start sculpting in this flare all around here. I'm still trying to force the fibers down towards the mouth as I go. I've just turned my work so I can see it better. So you can see how the bridge of the nose gets a little thick and knobby, and you can just use how you pull the fibers down on either side to control how that bridge is shaped. You can have the bridge very prominent up here between the eyes, or you can have it really flattened in close and really not a prominent bridge at all, just squish. But we'll have more opportunities to sculpt this face as we go. So let's move along from the nose and let's start working on the eye area. I want to just sculpt in a flat, let's look at the eyes here. This one's a little more easy to see. What I want to do is start sculpting in just a flat area, flatten out an area where I want to set the eyes. Eyes are fun. The further apart they are, the more your creature can take on kind of a bird-like look, and the eyes can tend to wrap around the side of the head. And it can be very dramatic, and it's not ever wrong. For these characters, I like to try to keep the nose, the eyes pretty close to the nose. So that's what I'm doing here. And I'm just sculpting in, just flattening out an area for me where I know I'm going to put these eyes. And take every opportunity you can to squish this shape into so it's even. You should be able to stick your fingers between the nose and feel about the same even density. Your fingers should sink in about the same. See how you can just push them in. If one sinks in much deeper than the other, just take a little wool and fill that in. Right now I think I'm okay. Everything's looking good. So I'm not going to put the eyes in just yet. I want to keep sculpting just a little bit. The eyes, once you have them in, it's really easy to mess them up if you have to keep sculpting a great deal. So I'm starting to go back around where I've tacked these loose fibers in. And just make sure they're down. And I want to start again back into the lip area now that I've got the nose somewhat sculpted into shape. I can't just sculpt the nose, finish the nose, and move on to the mouth. It all works together, so I sculpt a little on one area, then I might move back into the eyes, and so I skip around a lot. And so just be patient with me and know that you'll skip around too, but maybe not in the exact same order I do. So I'm going back into this mouth. And rather than poke straight down in a line to get this little area here, I just like to try to work it around it, up into it. Kind of push the wool from the lip up towards that line. And it starts to make a really cute little shape. And here's where we're going to start to get our sewing needle that I demonstrated very early on. We're going to get that into action. I can't emphasize enough how fun this is to, you can pull his mouth up. Look at that grimace we have. So let me just demonstrate that. Pushing it way up. I'm going to have to keep leverage and pressure on it up here with my finger. And now I want to take just right down along this needle. I'm needle felting it with the felting needle right along the length of the sewing needle. Being careful not to hit the needle. I can break my needle really easy if I do. So so you can see how easy that is, and you can do it on the other side. They don't have to match. You can have a snarl on one side, you could pull it even down on the other. He could be so silly looking, but I want to make him grinning, so let's pull this other corner way up like that and over exaggerate it because it is going to shrink back. So there, I've done this again. Now I want to just take, like I showed you before, right down along the length of that. That's going to hold that corner really well. So, so he's smiling pretty good. Now I want to just work these corners in a little bit more. And I don't put any lip color on or anything. They just have funny little mouths. So now I'm just kind of reducing that puffiness, reducing some of those wrinkles that were in there. You can easily fold more shapes in. Let me see here. Let's sculpt a goofy, funny lip. All I did was kind of squish it together and felt right into that fold under the nose. So that's cute. So now I'm going to move back up into the nose. Now that I got the mouth like how I want it, I'm going to start sculpting in the nostrils. Sort of like I did the eyes, just felt in flattened shapes where the nostrils go in a nose. I'll leave the, what do they call it, a septum right there in between them. It's kind of hard to see. So now what we're going to do is we're going to get this wool that I introduced way at the very beginning of the video, this dark brown. And what I want to do is just pull off a little fingerful and even tear that in half. I'm making both nostril shapes here. What I'm going to do is condense this wool. I'm not rolling it, but I'm rubbing it. Giving some friction and just rubbing it, and this is condensing this. You can see how it's condensing. I do it two at a time, but you don't have to. You can focus on one. I like to get them done. Sometimes I have enough wool in one finger to tear in half and use for both nostrils, so we'll just see. I do the same techniques for the eyes too, so you can reuse that if you've made too much. I think I've got enough right there. See how it's concentrated? And I'm just going to tear it in half and lay it And lay this one to the side on his cheek. So what I want to do is take this and lay it right in the nostril area that I just felted in. And this is just going to give some depth to the nostrils. And as you don't want to sink it in too far, but let that sink in a little bit, and these nostrils sort of naturally flare out around it. See? And now I've got this other one sitting right here. Do the same thing. You start in the very middle and then just kind of work your way out around. You won't mess up the perimeters of your shape. You won't get brown nostril into the flesh color. And then I'm just going to sculpt them so they look similar. See? And now one last step is I just want to kind of curve the nose over. I'm still sculpting a little bit, but I want to pull it over, and I'm sinking, I don't know if you can see what's happening, I'm sticking the needle right through those nostrils, trying to pull those fibers down further into the head. That way it doesn't look like a pig snout like this. You want to sort of keep it folded over like that. So it's just shows the depth. So I'm going to just keep sculpting right up here, kind of loosening up a little bit before I get ready to set the eyes in. A little bit on the forehead here. Whoops! Stabbed myself. Not hard, because I was following all my tricks of not holding on too tight, and I felt it coming and could pull away before it pierced in. So he's really cute, I think, already. So now what we need is this little bit of white, short fibered merino batting. What we want to do is pull off 2 fingerfuls, about like so. These are going to form the whites of the eyes. And we're not making eyeballs, we're going to make flat sheets of wool that will lay in these shapes that we made. So to do that, I'm going to hold it in my fingertips, and I just want to start folding the loose fibers down over and grabbing them with my thumb there and turning it as I go. Just keep corralling all those loose fibers. It can be a little tricky. Once you've done it a few times, it gets easy. So I've got a shape that's going to fit right in here. So let me just hold it into that flat shape I felted. Now what I want to do is take my single yellow needle and very gently right around the edge. You can see where my needle's only grabbing a few fibers from the white and pushing it into the orange. So I'm still holding on to it. Let's go turn it over and keep going. I'm pushing the needle right under the forcing these white fibers under itself and then into the orange egg underneath. Just a little at a time, and that's giving it, the sheet of wool is kind of puffing up. Whoops! Your heads will start rolling. So I haven't gone around this part yet. And the shape you make your eyes, you can always get your needle in there and adjust the angle of them, or even pull them out a little bit wider apart at this point before they're all set. Your sewing needle, I should say. It was a little bit mashed up against the nose there, so I pulled it out. Let's go back in here. Let's look at eyes again. This one's eyes are more going to shape like this. They're kind of elongated that way. This guy, they kind of follow his nose down. So it just depends on what you like. Play with it. If you don't like how it looks, you can easily tear that off, reshape the eye sockets by doing this. Simply you can pull them back out with your sewing needle and reshape where they're going to go. So you're not committed ever, really ever. You can pull them out. It's really easy to pull this right back out. But once you get one eye how you like it, the trick is making one to match. Not only does it have to match in size, it has to match in placement too, or you get a wonky looking eyed character, which in the beginning, everybody's are sort of, their first projects especially can be wonky. So again, let's just repeat this step and I'll show you how I get them matched up. Just folding these over. Okay, they're all folded over and I'm just going to lay it in there just like I did before. And just start. You'll see the cheeks kind of puffing out around them, and that's good. That's what you want. So, looks like this one's a little bit higher. I just sort of pushed it down a little bit, and I'm going to attach along the top and the sides. So I like the corners of the eyes set in a little bit, so sort of letting the wool poof out around the eyes here a little bit. So now what we need is some color in his eyes. Color is fun. I love making eyes. We could go for some bright green eyes using merino roving, and I told you at the beginning I would show you how to use either batting or roving. I happen to have lots of colors of our premium batting on hand. This is a nice blue. So what I'll do, this is a simplified version of eyes. I have several ways I go about making eyes, but for the droids I'm going to show you a fairly simple way. I'll start out showing you how I use premium batting. It's a very simple way to make eyes. What I'm going to do is I'm just kind of breaking it up a little bit, pulling it apart. I just want a nice thin flat sheet, no chunks of anything in it, and I'm using that same technique to concentrate it down. I'm going to pull some off as I concentrate it, pick out anything, because this is an eye. You want it to be clear, no vegetable matter in there. Just giving it some good friction. This is starting the felting process. The moisture and heat and friction from my hands will start that process. So I bet we have enough for both eyes there. If you can't pull the wool apart, you can snip it apart with your scissors. It gets kind of strong at this when you start to felt it, so just lay it out in there, in the right on the eye. So I rarely make my characters looking straight ahead. I like them usually looking off to the side a little bit. If you make them looking down, you're gonna nearly close their lids on them. They're gonna always look funny, because when you're looking down, you have closed lids. So I like to keep them looking happy and alert, and let's make this guy looking up to his right. So I'm going to start felting this in right in the center of where I want his eye. And I'm very, very carefully, in fact I'm going to get my red needle now, because this has more barbs closer to the tip, and I don't have to sink it, I don't have to felt so deep. I don't want to sink it into the white. I want it laying on top of the, just flat, level, even with the white. And rather than trying to felt all the loose fibers down, I can trim these up pretty easily. So he's so cute already. So I like to start out with the yellow needle. It just has more control for me to get it where I want it. So I'm going to switch again to my red needle and really take light jabs. The only trouble is that I told you I'd show you how to use the merino as well. So I'll just show you right over the top of that. So the merino, I like the merino because it has there's so many different colors, and they tend to have bright, rich colors. So does the premium batting, but these just are more jewel tones, and sometimes really bright colors are great for eyes. So I pulled off just a little bit here. And what I want to do is just exactly really the same as what I did with the premium. It's not too tough, but you really have to make sure to break these longer fibers up into shorter ones. And they're very fine and fragile. It's not too hard. If you cut them, the cut ends don't felt down as well, so you have that to fight with. Try to pull them apart. Just takes a firm grip. So what I've done is I've changed this long roving by what I just did, the breaking and mixing it up, into batting. So it's as simple as using the batting now. All you have to do is, again, concentrate it down, clean up the edges, and I guess I'll try laying it right over this. I wouldn't do this. I just want to show you that it is easy to felt in. I wouldn't want to layer layers upon layers because you're going to get a thick looking eye and it won't be natural. So I find with the merino roving, the yellow needle always works the best. But we'll try the red just to try to clean up these little loose fibers. I can still see some of that blue. That's okay. So it's virtually the same as long as you take and break it up into small pieces. So then the next step will be looking for some of the brown that I already concentrated when I was doing the nostrils, because I happen to have a little bit of extra, and all it takes is a little tiny bit of brown to get the pupil. So I just pulled off a little bit. I concentrated a little bit more. Pupil goes right in the center. You want it thin. You don't want to. You want to be able to felt it right flat with your colored surface. You start right in the center. You can work these fibers in so you don't have a big pupil to deal with. So once you get that on, just try to clean up your lines. Trim away any fuzzies. And look at there, how a simple little eye. The only thing missing from this eye is the sparkle of life, which is just a reflection of light. So all you need is your white batting. You literally need wisps. I mean the tiniest little wisps. And instead of rubbing it for friction, you want to roll it to make a tiny little ball. There it went. And then you need another one. So just roll it. It doesn't take much, and it felts itself into a little ball. So there it is. So this one, the yellow needle, works great. And this one I like to place right over part of the pupil and part of the iris. And just taking very light stabs right through it. And you want to be careful not to get them too big, or they look a little unusual. They kind of make an eye look a little bit, a little strange. So in the same principle, this eye's not done yet, but the same principle is where you place the eyeballs. I don't want the reflection on the right on one side and on the left on the other. I want it on the right side on the other, in the same place in the eye. So I'm going to finish up this other eye. I'll let you finish your eyes, and when we come back we'll talk about eyelids and expressions and things like that. So I have my two eyes placed. I want to make sure that I see one looks like it's sticking out of the head a little bit further, and they're not really at the same angle in the head. So this one's sticking up a little bit too high, so I'm using my sewing needle to press in underneath it. I'm trying to set this eye in just a little bit deeper, just by going around it just a little bit, pulling some fibers, and I'm kind of felting under it too. Don't want to mess with the eye shape too much, but if I focus on this deep area right in the bridge of the nose, that's going to help. It already straightened it up. And this one, it's just easier to go from underneath a little bit and kind of adjust it. Pull some of this eyelid out here, or this eyebrow bone here. So now we have this cute little adorable thing looking at us, and we can call it good. So you can leave them like that, or we can make little lids and give them a little sleepy effect. Lids are fun. You can really manipulate expression with them. You could make him very mean. You could make him surprised. It's easier to show you both. You can make him surprised, but they give a lot of flexibility in there. I recommend lids because they're just so fun to learn. So let's make some lids. Like I said, you can be done. This can be done, but let's make some lids. So lids are very similar to how we made the mouth shape, but smaller. So I'm going to pull off a little bit of wool from my batting. And that is probably enough for 2 lids. That's enough for 2. So let's lay them out on the felting pad. This one looks a little thinner, so I just put a little more wool on there. You don't want them too thick. You don't want them too thin. I can barely see the felting pad through there, so that might help you, give you some idea. So just like I did on the mouth, draw a little line and draw it on both right in the center, leaving fluff on all sides, driving the fibers right into your pad. Pull over, draw that half circle from the points of the line, and fill it in. I'm using my single needle because this shape is so small and thin. Again, pull it right over, draw on that half circle, and fill it in. So very carefully then peel it off. I don't even switch needles for this. I just give this with a quick yellow needle, just tack down those fibers. So clean off these edges. I don't need much fluff here. See how I hold on to the part I felted and then clean up the fluff from there. So let's, I love this part. I really do. So I've got my single yellow needle here, and I'm going to just tack the very edge of that felted part right down in the corner of his eye. I'm going to come around, I'm going to take that other edge, I'm going to tack it right next to his eye by his nose. Before I do anything else, you can leave it like that. He could be winking. There's so many possibilities. So many possibilities. So let's clean this up again, this other shape, and let's lay it in and see what we got. I like the surprise of needle felting. You can just lay in these, use the same techniques I'm teaching you here over and over, and you're going to get different looking characters. So I'm just gently felting in the fluff, leaving these eyelids flexible. We're going to need to get them into an expression here really soon. I think they're funny already. But I like to try, like if he's looking up to the right, why not let's pull these up a little bit to the right. You see how I use my sewing needle and really can manipulate all this. I'm going to pull his cheek down a little bit. And I want to sink the corner of his eye a little bit deeper. Press this in a little bit. I do a lot of squishing and then stabbing when I'm needle felting. Pull his eye, he's looking up just a little bit too much. So once I get an expression I like that look, I'm just going to simply tack it down and it's going to stay. And so you see I have this little, it's like the crease of his eyelid there. I can pull this fluff up around here. Watch this technique, this one's fun. Get a more heavily lidded look here. Deep set. And then I'm just going to keep sculpting this down or over it, kind of creating a little fold right there. So let's go play with this eye now. Make it looking up that way a little bit. Pull it up with my finger was all I did there. It's real easy to get sleepy look, so you gotta really try to lift that lid line up. So generally eyes, they don't show much above the iris unless you want a really surprise look. So I'm going to have mine just barely cover the iris. And what I'm doing, you see me bouncing back and forth. As I get the expression I like, I can start committing and kind of tacking that right down to the eye. And you'll see that I keep going back in and adjusting the edges of the whites. It really makes your eyes more even in the end if you do that, because this every time you poke, things get stretched and pulled. So now I have this glaring issue that's looking at me. I have this lump between the forehead here, between the eyes. So I want to start sculpting down here on the top of his head, his forehead area. I told you we'd get back into all this, so we're going to just keep sculpting this face. I love the bridge of the nose area. Just get between the nose and start sculpting up into the brow. You don't want the bridge of the nose to go way above the eyes. It kind of goes up in between them. Sculpt back down a little bit. It's just looking a little bit too exaggerated for me. This is all up to you though, how you want this guy to look from here, and I'm just going to sculpt along to show you how I go about it, and you can sculpt and come up with your own shapes and expressions. It's really fun. There's really not a lot of rules. His head looks lumpy because there's a lot of lofty wool in there. Let me show you one way I go about it. I've got my red needle here. It doesn't even feel like it's puncturing into the wool, but it's reducing those puffy areas. surface felting it. And if this gets too tough to stab in, then just switch. The surface felts really fast and strong with this fun batting. So, there we go. We have a cute little face. I'm going to work some more on this mouth area. When I squish, I try to, oh, I got my double needle. I don't want to use that on the face so much. It just tends to overfelt and overkill. It's overkill. So here we go. I like to get the deepest points. To change, if you've squished, then just go for these deepest points to hold it in rather than try to felt the whole surface. By this jiggling action, you can really make it all stay where you want, and if that's not working, try this black needle. So if we wanted to make some brow bones, let me show you how quickly, this guy doesn't have any, but I can show you how. That can come about with your felting stick. You're going to learn this trick a lot. You're going to get really good at it when we do fingers. So be prepared. What I did is I just pulled off a little bit of wool, maybe about what I used for the eyelid. And I'm going to wrap it around the end of a stick. See, there's the end and it's buried in the wool. I'm going to just, using some tension, see how that wool's pulling? Now I'm going to start gently folding this right around the edge of that stick. I don't want to see the end anymore. I don't want it piercing through. And I've got a lot of tension on this wool. You can hopefully see those fibers pulling around themselves. And you can see I'm pinching it while I'm spinning the stick. And this is felting this right on this stick. And what this has done is made a nice little tubular shape. I don't even have to do anything more to it until I put it on the head. So what this can easily become is a brow bone. Heavy brow bones tend to make a character look more male, so keep that in mind. This one already looks male. Thick noses do that too. So I'm just gonna tack it in. Looks like a tube right now laying on his head. This is called this attachment stroke that I've used so much. Just when you bring just a few fibers from the edge of a piece into the main piece, that's called the attachment stroke. And so I'll make another one real quick. Can't show people how to make these shapes enough. We use them so often. Spinning it right between my fingers there. It's spinning and the wool isn't. Just try to grab onto some of that fluff. You don't want it to wind around, you want it wrapped, but that helps grab the stick. So again, just clean that up, lay that on. Now to get them to not look like tubes, it's just a simple little process, and I'll show you that here in just one sec. As soon as I get this attached on, just tack it down along the edges. So they look like tubes, so we just want to give it a nice quick cover up. I'm going to do each one separately on this guy. So I want to lay this sheet of wool just about the same size as you use for the brow bone itself. I'm just going to tack these fibers right up. I want just as little as possible over the eye, but it has to cover the edge of this brow bone. And now I'm just going to simply just tack it down. And see how it took the tube look away and just gave a nice ridge of a brow bone? So again, on the other side, there's that one sheet of wool I used. You want the very thin parts right over the eye because you don't want to have to mess with felting around that eye too much. You don't want too much fiber there. And just felt it over and let itself just kind of fold over that shape. You don't want to pull it tight first, otherwise it won't cover it as well. And then just felt it all down. If you felt it too tightly around it, you'll see those tubes again. You might have to repeat the process. So just kind of go loose, have a nice light touch. Don't drive your needle right down between the shape. Kind of go sideways. So I've got those sculpted in. It's cute. And there's no telling when you should stop sculpting. I could keep sculpting this guy for hours and hours because I enjoy sculpting faces so much. So I'm going to work back around the nose a little bit. So I've sculpted my face a little bit more. There's so much room, like I said before. It's so hard to know when to stop. If you stop too soon, you might miss something so fun or so adorable that you'll just... The thing here is we've made these shapes all soft, all flexible. Why do we have to commit with what we've started with here? Let's see here. I'll show you how to make some dramatic changes to your face. If I think the eyes are too bulgy out, we can deal with that. If they're not bulgy, if they're not bulging out enough, if you want more of a bug-eyed guy, I can show you how to do that too. But let me show you how to make some dramatic changes. I want him to look more wrinkled and shriveled. I think he's funny looking like that. So I'm going to shrivel him up. I'm going to take this black needle and I'm going to be very, very careful where I use this thing, but you see right there between the eyes, a few pokes and jiggles on one side, a few on the other. Let's see, how about go this way? I'm going in these natural deep points in the face. And on this side, whatever you do on one side, do on the other. Now I want to go right through that crease and jiggle a little bit, and right at the corners of the mouths and jiggle. Don't go too deep. I just kind of stabbed myself, so be very careful and lay it back down on the pad. So you can make this look very old and wrinkly in a hurry just by doing this. I'm going to even shrink this shape more like I showed you before, how to make it more circular. I'm going to do that a little more in the middle. Go to the other side. Stick it in and just jiggle it in there. So we got really silly looking, and we can keep going this way too. I'm really exaggerating this when I shrink it and poke it, and it's gonna stretch back. But here I'm going to go at it with the yellow needle and do some surface felting on it to try to hold its shape once I get it there. So you can see it makes cute little subtle differences. He looks a little older. He looks a little like he's been around a little bit longer. This side is a little too puffy. This eye, see how it's puffing out? They're not the same shape anymore. So let's fix that. Simple fixes, no problem. Just kind of stretch this back out, press it out with my needle, sewing needle, and work back in those edges where they belong. If you want them to bulge out further, you just get your needle under there, your sewing needle, and push them out a little bit. See? See the difference? And if you don't like what you just did, well then, fix it just that easy. So I'm just keeping squishing here, squishing and sculpting. It's really fun. It's hard to, like I said, it's hard to know when to stop. So just, you can get this nose as refined as you possibly want. You can have a very lovely bridge. It can be much longer. Watch this. It's on there so well. Look at how much it's stretching. Look at how that changed this whole look at this thing. Isn't that amazing? Now, if I don't do anything to this, it's eventually going to, I really stretched hard, but it is eventually going to go back into that pudgy little shape. So I'm just going to gently felt it out into that tip. That's going to keep that from shrinking back into the pudgy little shape. Really gently here. I'm going to lay it on the edge, right on the edge of my felting pad. I do on one side, do on the other. So these are the finishing touches. Work this flare a little bit differently. These are the finishing touches, and you, when you finally see this character that you absolutely love, then you're allowed to stop. If you see it right away, you know, stop right away. Make another one to explore the differences. Because what if I did decide, oh, I don't want that nose pointy like that. I kind of really liked it that way. Well, I can still fix the nose up a little bit more. I might not get it exactly where it was before. And because I stretched it, I might want to make the nostrils a little bit bigger, or I just might want to round it out a little more here. And you see when I poked it in the nose, it left some holes, so I need to be careful about that. And now I don't want to see these holes, so I'm going to just carefully, tiny little strokes to get those out of there. That puffy end of the nose really showed the holes. And you can take your single red needle as well and just gently fill those in. So, fix it right up. So you see how fun it is to manipulate the wool. And then it's quite fun to add some shading and highlights as well. In the introduction I showed you some of the colors that I had for eyes, but I didn't show you how easy it is to use some wisps of color you might have laying around. A little whisk of orange roving, merino roving could do really fun with this color. Here's some red premium batting. If you have some other fun batting in other colors, you can mix it. I have a green fun batting nearby here. Let's see what happens when we mix orange and green together. It's really fun to mix wool together, and you'll see that this green fun batting has a little more hairs in it than the orange does. Some of the colors have some more hair. It's actually mohair. It adds a really neat sheen and texture, especially to things like DROITS or pups. So I'm just going to take two colors. Now this wool, like I've mentioned, it tends to have more of these little nibs in it, so we'll be pulling some of those out. They tend to float to the surface. So I'm making a really pretty new color here with just some fun batting. Just blending nicely. Pull out those little nibs. And I'm just going to make him Let's give him some green highlights. Or shading, I should say, in his eyes. If I've laid in too much and it just looks like a chunk of line laying there, just pull it off and shadow in what's the remains. This shading is really fun. So let's see, let's try some red. If I want to get some red in his cheeks, I would want to mix it with just a little bit of the body color. So that's some red premium batting. I have lots of different wools laying around, and I like to grab what I have and see what I can come up with. It's a little bit too red, so I grabbed some more orange to mix in with it. The more you mix, the less splotchy it's going to be, so you go ahead and mix it a lot. So this might make some nice rosy cheek color. So I just lay on a sheet and start tacking it around the edges. A really light touch when I'm putting on color. And another, one of my favorite wools for shading is merino. It makes really nice soft colors. We can show you how you can do it without mixing it with your base color. You mix it with the base color after you break it up, just like I've shown you with the others, but if you don't want to mix it, just concentrate a little bit down. It's really dramatic and fun. It's almost glows. If you stab right down in the middle, it's going to give you dots and speckles and blotches. So to avoid that, have a very light touch and go nearly parallel, nearly at a 90-degree angle. The main thing is you want to just felt it into the surface. If you need to layer some more on, all means do, but take your time to just gently work it into the surface. Your dark brown comes in handy too for giving a lot of depth. I would mix it with the orange because it would definitely look very dark if you don't. Becomes kind of like painting with wool, and again, there's no telling when to stop. So I want to give a little bit of depth. A little bit of depth under the nose. Not much. I don't want it to look like a mustache. I want to add just a little touch of shading. I think I want to add a little more shading over this green. If you layer colors like that, it just adds such a nice effect. Just like layering paint. Same kind of effects. If you don't like it, just peel it right off. It's really no problem. I should have mentioned too that you can put lids on the lower lids if you like, just like how you did make those tiny little lids for the eyes. You can also make those for the lower lids. It gives, it can make it look male really quickly, or make it look like heavy set bags under the eyes, but let me just show you. And there's a couple ways I go about it. If I do want lower lids, I just made a really flattened, small flattened out shape. And I would do this before the shading, but you just attach it the very same way as you did the upper lid. See the difference? Or another way is to take your felting stick and a very, very small thin piece of your wool and wrap it right around the middle of the stick somewhere. You don't have to go around the edge, around the end like we did for the brow bone, but just wrap it around, get some tension. Spin it till it's felted to itself. Pull it off. And just attach it right into the eye. Pull that nose to the side and get it out of your way to work. They can tend to look like they have rings around them. If you're not careful, you don't want eyes to look like they have rings around them, so make sure you really taper that in. Cover it with a tiny sheet of wool if you have to. So that the lid shape makes it look a little saggier, and this makes it a little more wrinklier. So just however, whatever looks you like. That didn't even affect the shading. So as you're playing along, just know that you have all these options. And then the last thing for the face is the ears. You can make your droid ears to be really short and pointy. You can make them really long. You can almost make them like puppy dog ears. There's no rule. You don't even have to put ears on, but ears can be thin. His are pretty thin and long. His are fat. So I just kind of do them however they turn out. I don't put too much thought into them. So let's just make a couple of ears and see how they turn out. So what I want to do is start out with 2 sheets of wool about the same size as we started for that very first shape. So I'm just going to make sure that these are close to the same size. So what I want to do is draw in the start of a triangle minus the third side. Draw it right into the felting pad. What I do on one side, over here and repeat. Close to the same size. It's not anything you have to cut a pattern for or anything like that, just close to the same size. Now take this wool and gently fold it over the line and tack it down. Come over from this side. If you have a big chunk, hold down tight and pull it off. You'll feel it if it's a big chunk, you'll know. And I'm just going to felt down along in between those lines I drew. Just like we did on the lip, only we have an extra edge. We're doing 2 felted edges rather than the one on the lip. So, double needle. The double needle speeds this process up. This flat felting takes a little bit of time to make a flat piece of felt. See, I'm holding it at this angle. I'm trying not to go too deep into the pad. It felt this wool right into itself. See a nice little shape it's taking. I want to leave all this fluffy because this is what I'm going to use to attach it to the head. So there'll be more felting to do once I pull it off, but before I pull it off I want to go ahead and get this side done. This one looks just like it has a little bit less wool to me, so right now, since I see that it does, I just want to fill that in. And then keep felting. You can just eventually start feeling if you've got too much wool, pull it off. If you don't have enough, add a little more to make matching shapes. And you can sculpt them into, they sculpt, once you pull them off the pad, then you can make them match a little bit better by sculpting. So I about have this one. So I'm kind of just pulling the edges over. Oh, nice edges. So we'll get that again when we pull this off. We'll have more opportunity for that. But get it as nicely felted as I can while it's here on my pad. Okay, so gently pull that off. Pull out that little bit of vegetable matter. And the rest will spring out when I'm done. So I don't want to try to drive this through into the pad, so we want to go at a I'm going to even get out my red doubles and see what they do. I find it beneficial to always switch up the needles. If you find yourself poking and not a lot happening, switch up your needles and see. And if the doubles aren't working, well then the singles may work. So what I'm doing is going from the edges towards the center, and it starts kind of curling around in an ear shape. Okay, and then repeat on this one. So I have these two shapes, kind of rough still. I want to attach them to, well, there he is. I want to attach them to the head of my character. They look very huge right now, and they're not going to be nearly that large when we get it all needle felted on. So I hold on to this well felted part, and I want to just start plucking off this wool and thinning it out up to the felted part. Doesn't take a lot to attach an ear to a head. It's not a crucial joint or anything. It's neat enough to make it strong, but see how already much smaller that looks. And I'm just fanning it out as much as I can. Let's do the other one. Right up to where you stopped felting. And all this, remember, you haven't felted that, so you can reuse that. So just stick it back in your batting there. So I've got them cleaned up. Now I want to take and sort of peel these apart at the base. Peel these loose fibers right up to where you felted. So again, clean these up. So, it's like a little cap almost, but it's flat. So this is going to be the ear. So the ears can be straight on ahead, almost looks like a bat like that. I like to have them a little bit off to the side. You can have them pretty low if you like. You can have them facing sideways as well. I like a happy medium right in somewhere in between. I like them, let's see, right on the edge of the curve of the head there. And what I'm going to do is just, I'm sort of fitting it to the head. Using my fingers, forming the cup of the ear there. I'm going to take my single yellow, because I have a lot of control with that, and just start gently tacking this in. Starting inside there, and now I'm going to move to the back, being very wary of where my fingers are. Just tacking these fibers down. So I don't want it, all this fiber in his eye at all. Just chunk it out of there. So I'm going to keep pushing it and forcing it back here. More to his head here too. Get that cup of the ear in there. So the last area I'm going to address is this fiber by the eye. That's what I have to be the most careful with. It's kind of cute like that too. I'm just going to keep on felting and let those eye fibers shrink back. And then just tack them down. And they got right out of the eye. And how cute is that? So the trick is to get this other ear placed just the same. And I'm going to allow you to do that all by yourself and see if you can't repeat the steps to get that ear placed just like this one. Remember, it's not too hard to pull them off should you need to move them, or once you get it tacked on, you can always make adjustments by tugging and then poking. So when we come back, I'll have my other ear on and we can start putting our body together then. So I managed to get both of my ears on. Again, perfection is not what we're going for. We're just going for a nice pair of ears. Some little tricks that I can share with you. I've got my double needle back. If I want to get this cute little curve in, if we don't want them standing straight up, we can put this cute little curve into the ears. It's just a matter of folding it and giving it just a gentle touch with the felting needle on both sides. You can also reach up in the inside there and felt right up into the fold. And there you have it. You just felt a shape in. The more you felt in one little area like this on a flat piece, it makes the whole piece curve, which is you just condense it right there in the middle. It makes it all curve in around itself. So you get a fun shape like that rather than a folded shape. So there's some things you can do with the ear shapes. You can have them really droopy by flattening them down right in here. Or if you want them standing straight up, you can certainly do that and shape them even more by, well, when they're on here, sculpting them like this. You can shade them. I've reached for some of this wool that I mixed up earlier. You can add shading inside quite easily, just like you added it everywhere else. Add a little depth in there. It's nice to mix it with your body color. Add a little depth there. And another area that you might want to add some depth is right under the mouth. I added a little on this side. I don't know if you can see it. It's very subtle. You just want to lay it up under the mouth area. I'm going to switch to my single needle. I need control when I'm shading. And if you just go right up into the corner, like you want it to look like it's smiling a little more, you can see just adding that shading and pushing it up into the depths is going to give it a more pronounced smile. It's very subtle, but it's there. So, we have a really, really interesting little face. There's a lot to it. There's a lot of depth. I've shaded here and there. Again, I could shade more. I could shape this more. I may want it before it's done. I've sculpted a nice shape into the head. When I got both ears on, I went ahead and did some sculpting work to sculpt these nice shapes in. To get it all into the shape I like, you can add a little more depth and definition by coming down along the cheek area just slightly. See, just slightly there. Taking from the corner of the eye down the cheek just a little bit. It adds a little more smiling effect. So there's just, it's just endless. So you just play, you follow your intuition until you feel like you have the most possibly adorable little droid head. See how different they are? Yet they look like they are related. So let's move along now to the bodies. So we have a little sneak peek here of what he might look like when he gets his head on his little body. You can see it's going to be just a fun and adorable little droid. So I still have my parts pinned together. The smaller, thinner ones are for the upper arms here. So we're going to start with the legs. I like to start with the legs, the biggest, toughest ones on first. So set those aside and just do one at a time, and I always start with the upper leg. So I get this one out of the way. I'll be needing that in a minute. So what I want to do is, I had told you that this becomes the hip, the whole hip area, this upper leg. So we need to attach it to the side of the torso. What I'm looking for is leave enough to be a pelvis and then a hip, a whole hip joint in there. So what I want is just to hold it right in place. I'm taking my big coarse 36 gauge triangle, my black needle, and I'm pushing fibers. I pierced it in. I kind of pierced it in where I picture the main joint of the hip. Pierce it there, and then I want to start pushing fibers from inside this joint up into the body. I don't want to felt the surface with it, so I'm keeping it in one hole. I just poked it in that one hole. I'm just jiggling it around. Now this is only going to tack it very loosely. I could pull that right off, and I don't want to pull that right off. So I have my single yellow needle, and I want to use this attachment stroke. We've used it in small details so far, but this is a major attachment stroke here. I have it laying on my pad, putting pressure on it. I want these two parts to be really tight together before I start felting. The more air I have compressed out, the less I have to work to get them a really close connection. So I'm going to take this needle. I have my single yellow. It can be done with the doubles. It's a little harder to get this fine control right along the edge. What I'm doing is I'm following this perimeter where the two shapes meet. I'm pushing fibers from the upper part of the leg into the body. I'm moving my finger out of the way as I go. Now along this edge, keeping it all lined up straight. So this will put the droid in a standing position. Now I'm turning him over. And so here is his pelvis again. And I'm going to very carefully, knowing where my fingers are, don't want to stab anything, just continue following this perimeter. So again, turn it over on this side, press them together, and continue. So I'm stopping about midway right here where the groin area would be. So I just want to stop there, and before I move along I'm going to turn it over one more time, and now I'm going to kind of reverse this. I'm going to push fibers from this torso shape into the leg, right along the seam where they meet. Keep turning it. Because I pressed them, I've felted it from the leg into the body, I want to felt it from the body into the leg. And that makes for a much stronger joint in the end. This is a very, this joint gets a lot of stress when people play with your dolls. It's a hip joint, so do ours. It's a very strong joint, so we need to make this a very strong joint as well. We don't want floppy, unstable hips. So I'm stopping about right there where I said. Now what I want us to do is just fold this back right to where I'd stopped. And here's the perimeter still, where these two shapes are meeting. And this is just the groin area, what it's going to become. So I've gone back and forth a couple times with that attachment from the leg into the body. Now, very carefully, if you take really shallow strokes, you won't poke through and poke yourself. So if you take, just make sure you're not stabbing hard or deep. You're just, it's kind of precision felting at this point. Right along that perimeter a couple times. So what you should have, you could still pull it apart. We're not finished with this joint, but it should be strong enough to withstand a little bit of tugging. I wouldn't test it too much, it should just feel secure. So before we finish that joint, you've bent that back pretty severely, it will go back into shape. So I've just habitually started stabbing it there. So I need my other upper leg part. So let's unpin that. Set that there, my two lower legs. So I need to put it just opposite of the leg I just attached and repeat everything exactly how I just showed you. Nothing is different for the second leg. Tacked it in. I'm going to use my doubles to speed this up. The doubles are nice for doing this because they're lined up really nice and you can follow the perimeter really easily. Now I'm going from the body into the leg. Again, pressing them together to make sure there's a tight connection between the two shapes. By pressing it kind of gives you some, fold some fibers your way to attach. Okay, back to the groin area. Very carefully. It's very carefully. It's a very delicate area. Just make sure that you've got it gone all the way around in both directions. So there's short little legs. So before we go any further, let's get these attached securely. Now what we need are thin sheets of wool that will wrap around this joint, each joint one time. They should be about the same, and those two I pulled off are clearly not. I like this piece better. So let me just set that one aside and try to pull off another one that's more similar. Again, not quite. Let me try again. What I'm going for is a nice, let's see here. These are better. Just put that right back. You'll be able to use that for any other joint, but these for the knee joints you need really thin little sheets, so you'll be able to use those in no time. What I need is enough wool to cover this joint really well to make it a seamless joint. You can see how that's going to work already, but I have to work it around so it goes around the whole entire joint and makes it seamless. This is going to make it very strong as well once you have it needle felted to both shapes. It kind of felts it all into one seamless piece. So I've laid it out there. I don't want to pull it tight. I don't want to try to mash it or pull it tight, like even that tight. I don't want to. What would happen is the fibers can separate these two shapes. They can kind of cut right down in between and slice your attachment apart. So you need to kind of leave this loose here. I'm going to use this double needle. So I'm just going to gently felt right across that joint, making sure I get the needle into the leg And you see how I'm changing directions just slightly, the angles of my needles? That's just making sure it's well felted. So I've only started now on this area and I have all this loose fiber that's going to wrap around. So I'm going to go to this thinnest wispy edge here and just work my way down and around. I want to pull this back just a little bit, get those loose ends down. Now I want to work this sheet of wool right up like so. Tack the loose ends down. So now you can see that these fibers are spanning this joint in the groin area. So very carefully, starting in the groin, just work your way across that joint all the way around. The last things you'll do is tuck in those loose ends. You want those free because they're going to shrink up into your joint area and make it strong. So I'm going to pull this apart just a little bit here so I can. What I want to avoid is any of the fibers from the leg, these loose ones. I don't want them folding over, working their way over. You want those to stay over on the leg. So you want the fibers spread out neatly and felted in neatly, and you'll have a really nice, neat, strong joint. One of the risks of a needle felted joint is that when you give it a lot of stretch, that the fibers can pull back out and rather really unfelt. So going in all these different directions helps tangle them more securely, and leaving a little bit of flexibility. Not driving your needle too deep in between the joints helps kind of span that area as good as you can. Make sure that the fibers are felted down. That was my other piece for the other hip joint. So there is a basic hip joint. Not basic, that's how I do them. That's how I put them in all my dolls. That's a complex hip joint, is what you just learned. But it's pretty simple. So go ahead and wrap your second joint just exactly like you did the first joint. So I've gone around it, and I have these funny stubby looking little things. It starts to look like a chicken that's been plucked and is ready to roast. That's just what they're supposed to look like. So here's a test of a good joint. If you can stretch these and you don't see your fibers pulling apart and you don't see any air gaps or seams, you've made a beautiful joint. If any of those things are happening, you need to felt it a little more. This one fibers are a little loose, a little more loose than there, so I'm going to go ahead and just, while it's stretched out like that, go ahead and felt it. I'm going to go ahead while it's stretched out, give this one another little bit of a go over like that. So he looks like he's doing the split, so let's straighten him back out. We know we've got good joints. I'm going to try to go right through the whole thing with the black needle to try to. We've been stretching it an awful lot, kind of try to reshape the whole thing. And again from this side. And so we have our hip joints. We're still going to put the butt on him, so we're going to put a little butt, so it's not going to look, it's going to fill in. And it's not going to look so odd. Next part is the lower legs, and it's a pretty simple joint. These are much simpler than the hip joints. The hip joints and the shoulder joints are very similar, and the elbow and the knee joints are very, very similar, if not identical. So here is an instance where I do use my black needle. And what I want to do is I want to flatten out this nicely felted tip. Remember I told you I didn't want you to felt it so hard that it lost its flexibility. If you would have felted it too hard, you'd be having a hard time flattening it out right now with this black needle. But persevere, because I don't want you to pull your leg off if that's the case. You just might have one leg that's stiffer than the other. And if the black needle is too difficult to pierce, then switch to your yellow needle. It just might take a little bit longer. So what I'm doing is I'm just flattening this down to kind of a wedge. This is going to form the kneecap. It's going to wrap right over the top of this shape. And it's going to form the kneecap, and it's a really fun joint to make, I think. So now we're committing this is the front of the body, because the kneecap wraps over the top of the leg. So this will become the back, and we'll have to put the butt here. And so this is what determines the front or the back of the doll. This is the determining factor. So what I've done, you can see that how I flattened it out and how those parts match really nicely. So what I want to do is just take and tack it in with that black needle, keep flattening it out just a little bit right on top of it. It's just barely tacked into place. So I turned it over, and now here comes the yellow needle again. And that good old attachment stroke that we're learning so much about. And by the time you get all these joints on, you're going to be a pro at this needle felting stroke here. So you see I'm just going over it. I need this to be a strong joint. Knees are very, very crucial to be strong too. We can't have wobbly knees, or we can't stand ourselves. So we need our droits to be very strong in the knees. And so I've gone around both sides here. Now I want to take it to a corner or an edge of the pad, and I'm just going to fold it right. Let's see. Just take it out. Now lay it flat here on your pad, and you want to continue this attachment stroke. Make sure your knee is all straight. Everything is good. And I'm going to continue this attachment stroke right along that point of this shape. And this is going to become the kneecap. Small, small, short strokes, lots of them. And go around this side of it. And again on this side here, and pressing them together, and go from the leg now up into the knee, from the lower leg up into the knee. So there is the start of a joint, and again the wrapping will finish it, but I want to flatten this kneecap out just a little more. Looks a little thick right there. And this is strengthening it up as well. You can see how it's flexing with it. I don't want to test it too much though, because it needs to be wrapped. So I'll go ahead and show you how to wrap that one. We've torn off all these pieces that weren't quite right, so let's just grab some of those. This doesn't need as much wool as the hip joint. Let's see, just enough to wrap around once, but it has to be fairly thick, and we need it strong. So that's, don't make it too wispy. So I want to lay this right across the top of the kneecap. Just lay it on there. And just start going over it back and forth, spanning both body parts that you're trying to make a strong joint of. I'm trying to make these two parts one, so you gotta have a nice span. You don't want seams, so fluff those fibers out well. Before moving along and turning it, make sure you've gone over it. And you see how I'm changing the angle of my needle as I go. It's just making certain we're felting it well. This knee joint gets bent a lot. So I'm going to turn this over and I'm going to feed these fibers right into this nook right here without driving them between them. I'm going to span that joint and cover it with this nice wrap. Just going to tack those down there. This side while I'm here. You can see I'm just kind of rolling it and going from the side a little bit. The sides of the knees are really important to get well felted. They're easy to overlook, but if your knees wobble side to side, like I said, you can't stand very well. So I'm taking this and pulling this right around this loose fiber to complete the wrap. And again, just you can use your double needle. I find these parts here are pretty dense and it gets a little tough to pierce even with a double yellow. So a single one actually is easier on you. So look at here. We have this flexible joint. I think it needs a little more felting right here. And what's happened here is that we've built this up a little bit, and so now we've built this up, and now this is looking a little thin. So I want to give this thin, scraggly looking little thigh area a little bit more meat. So I'm just going to take a small sheet, double needle, and just give that whole leg a wrap. It doesn't hurt anything if you see that it's not looking right. Just fill that in as well. Your knee may or may not cause that effect, but if it does, just build that up a little bit. It makes it all stronger. Let's switch back to that needle because that one's just getting a little tough to pierce. Give it some sculpting to make it look like a knee. And if you feel like your lower leg is too thin, go ahead and wrap that as well. Mine looks okay to me. And repeat for the other leg. And when we come back, we will have a fun little body with flexible hip and knee joints. So I have two nice legs, all fully jointed. You can see how the joint flexes rather than the body parts themselves. That's a good joint. If we were flexing here and here too much, it wouldn't be as nice. So we need to make sure that these knees flex like this. This one's really great. This one I haven't built up any extra layer. I think I need to because it feels a little weak right there. So this one feels great. That is a really nice joint. This is a really nice joint. If yours are starting to feel loose already, you need to get in here before we proceed much further and try to tighten them up. Try to tighten up your wrap. And we'll tighten up your wrap with your yellow needle. Your black needle will just, you have to work too hard. So if you have to tighten those joints up, now is the time. All this stretching and flopping around can make them a little bit loose. And it makes them more well felted if you go back a couple times. And just to make sure, if there's a few loose fibers, it doesn't take long for them to work right out and have a whole loose area. So just make sure to go over all your joints really good, and then we're going to move right along now to the arm joint. So we're just going to put our arms in a natural position. So I'm going to line this right up. This is going to become the shoulder, the top here, and this is the whole top of the torso, the collarbone area. So the same exact method. Pierce in where you picture the center of that joint in the arm to be. Like the rotator cuff or whatever they might call it in there. The center of this joint. And I'm just jiggling it around a little bit to get it attached in there. Just tacked on. And again, the yellow needle. Press the two parts together and go around the perimeter. And I'm going to, before I move along and have to turn it, I'm going to go from the body now into the arm. I'm only going down part way. I don't want to go down, of course, not the whole arm. I don't want to seal the arm. I want it to have some flexibility. So just where I think the armpit might be is where I'm going to stop. You can see right there my loose fibers. That's where I've stopped. So go ahead and work from that point to the opposite point, and then I'll show you how to do the underarm. It's much like the groin area. Be careful not to stab yourself when you're doing this. So when you've gone around it a couple times, then go ahead and fold that right up just like you did on the hip, on the leg, and complete your attachment. The wrap is exactly the same as the hip. You need let's see here. The wrap that you're going to do to complete this joint is the exact same as the hip joint, no different at all. I can get you started. Let's see here. I want a fairly substantial bit of wool. I don't want it too thick though. It needs to go around at once. And to get it started, I like to get it started right at the top of this joint. So I have the wool sheet nicely spanning both joints. And I'm just going to start working my way back and forth across the two joints without driving the fibers between the two parts. So I'm going to gently lift this arm up. Work the thinnest end down around first. So I'm going to pull the arm up a little bit more yet even. I need it to flex. So I'm using my fingertip to just spread it out flat. As you see, I'm just smoothing it out along there, and I'm going to hold it now and just tack those fibers in, spanning the two parts. So now with this arm fully extended, let me work at this armpit area. So I'm changing directions again with my needle. We want this to be a nice, strong joint that has full flexibility, that can flex just about like we can. So I'm going to keep working my way around, tacking down any fuzzies that might be left, and making sure that I have felted all of that whole entire wrap into either the torso or the arm. There shouldn't be any loose fibers, and you should be able to get it all felted down without big puffy areas. Let me show you what's happening here. I have a little bit of fluff and puff. See that? That was from the needle stabbing all the way through. That's okay. You want to just pull it apart and work in that fluff. Try not to go so deep. Don't felt so deep then if your needle's doing what mine just did. So what we're going for here is an arm that has a pit area. Here's the top of the shoulder. It's going to get filled in more. This isn't the completed joint. We're going to, when we put the head on, this fills it even in more. So I feel that this is a little loose up here still, and once I flex, it's good to flex it, give it some good, you don't want to try to flex it, over flex it. Nothing that you can probably do with your own body. It's like you can break a Barbie's joints by bending them backwards. You don't want to test these so much, but you want to give them some good workouts as you're making them so that they have a lot of flexibility. So when I was stretching that all out, I pulled some fibers loose, so I need to tighten them back down again. And then repeat on the other side. If you want a doll, if If you want your droit to be reaching up or back or forwards, it's the same principle as making him seated. All you have to do is get it lined up where it would go, square with the other one, rotate it right in its place. So this arm would be way extended, and what you would want to do is, to get it started, tack it in, just running your black needle, your 36 triangle, right down along the length of it. So you can tack it in place like that. Then run your attachment stroke and your wrap just like you would do if it was hanging down in the natural position. I like mine in the natural position because I can always play with them and pose them to raise their arms since they're so flexible. So I'm just gonna attach mine just like I did the one before, hanging down naturally. Again, this attachment stroke all the way around while pressing. Okay, we've got a couple, it's definitely looking more and more like a chicken. So the only other joint left now is the elbows. And they are the same as the knees, the only difference is that where the kneecap wraps around the front of the leg, but that wraps around the back of the arm. So what we need to do is the same thing, flatten out the tip. So I flatten out the tip, and this I'm going to attach it just slightly different. I'm going to hold it, I'm holding it so if you can see it, there's a little bit of this tip overhanging. So I'm taking my black needle and going down the length of this to tack it in. Somewhat like I showed you how to do the outstretched arm. So that's tacked in. Now this attachment stroke right around the perimeter. It's hard for you to see, it's hard for me to see. It's right down flat on my felting pad, so, but it's the same thing, just right along the perimeter of the two shapes while I'm pressing them together. Let's see. Press and stab. So I've gone around the whole thing here, and I'm leaving that little flap right there. That's going to wrap around it here in just a minute. You see it? So what I want to do here is just lay this down flat, holding it all together, and complete that attachment stroke right around. And again, right across the top like you did for the kneecap. For this joint, I like to take, and I'm just stabbing right through with my yellow, get through this thickest part of the arm and really forcing it up into the thin part here of the upper arm. That gives it a lot of strength, and it's also shortening this piece a little bit because I don't want it to be so long to make the arms too long. So shortening it by forcing these fibers up into it helps. This little tip is still kind of sticking out, so I want it, the wrap will take care of it, but I always want to make sure that we've gotten that attachment stroke good. So there we have a nice flexible elbow joint that's about to get wrapped. So see here where this is the back of the knee, but here's where it comes over the arm, so that's how yours should look. You can have a backwards arm. So I have a little sheet, enough to wrap around once. I put it over that little tip area, and that's too dense for that double needle. And I'm spanning both joints, both parts. Flop it over. Let's force these fibers into the crook of the elbow there. Careful not to stab yourself. And then again this other side right around it. And then go around the whole thing, making sure that you've felted that wrap well and that these pieces are like one. So I've gone around it, and I'm pretty secure that I have a really nice elbow joint. See? This is flexing a little bit too much. I think I'm going to give this a little wrap here and strengthen that up. This is good, and that's what we're going for. So repeat it on the other side, and butt, his chest, and his little belly. So there we have our fun little jointed body. He's missing things like hands and feet, of course, and we will get there soon. But first we have to do some filling in, building up his little body. He needs a rump, he needs some cheeks back here. They're really fun to make, a really simple step that's very crucial. So he's also going to get his belly, like I mentioned, and his little chest. So I like to start out with the butt cheeks. So what we need is 2 sheets of wool. Let's see, let me clean this up a little bit. Sometimes you can get into ratty areas like that. Save those for the inside of an egg or something like that. Don't try to make butt cheeks with a ratty area. We need some nice fluffy wool here. Let's see what I can come up with. I say fluffy. Fluffy's nice because we want nice lofty cheeks. See? They're fluffy. You can pinch them. They're cute. So let's see. We might just have to fluff some of this up. Well, that didn't want to fluff. I'm getting down to the end of a spool of this batting. It's getting a little bit, it's like it's felting to itself. Well, yours might be like that a little bit too. So it's the inferior batting we're working with, our fun batting. So we have to sometimes prepare it a little bit more, work with it a little bit more to get it into shape. See, what I want is a nice sheet of wool that's fairly thick. It has at least one nice clean side. This side's a little ruffly, so that'll be the back side. This is a little small, so I need a little more wool. This guy might have slightly large. He's got a very small body, so we have a lot of wool there. So let me step this back a little bit. I don't want him to look like a big, like he's got a big bubble. So I just tore that in half. So now I have 2 nice shapes that I'm going to turn into his butt cheeks. So let's see, I want the fluffy ends flaring out. If you see any ends that are particularly fluffy, make them go out in that direction. So I'm going to start with one cheek first. I'm going to give it one roll, just kind of holding it on the pad, and I'm going to roll it over one more time. So I have a nice clean line. That's going to be the crack between the two. So now I want to fold this up kind of in a V shape a little bit. I get my single yellow, and I'm just, you remember how we did the nose? We just kind of gently tacked it together, the seams from our fold. That's all I want you to do here, is make sure that you've only felted it enough, really gentle, to hold itself together. See, it's held itself together, and we have this nice little V point, and that's what we're looking for. So now, go ahead and do it on the other side. I rolled it over one time, and a second time. I'm going to force this up into a fold and kind of pull it up into that V, this V shape here, and gently close the seam so it holds itself together. See? And they match. So they're going to be his bottom, so let's just set them down on it. These are going to be the back side where we've made the seam, so we're going to set them down on them, flip it over, and there becomes his little butt cheeks. So I want to kind of spread his legs out of the way. This is kind of tedious, a little bit. I feel bad for the little guy here, but he's alright. So I'm starting right between the legs, right in the center of that pelvis area, that groin, or the pelvis bone there. The pubic bone, I guess, is what that is. Anyways, right between the legs, you can see. So what I want to do is I want to keep felting, do this attachment stroke. And now it's going to start to span the top of the upper leg, so just keep going and attach it till you've reached midway across the back of the thigh. Right about there. Then you can start taking these fibers and fanning them out a little bit. Kind of pulling them up this way, stretching them up. So I'm going to turn over, you can see where I'm fanning them out. I'm trying to cover the top of this joint here without pulling too much. So I'm just going to tack those down. So you can see it looks a little funny. Not quite there yet, so repeat it for the other side. Show you a little more clearly. Start in that corner right there and work your way across. See, to about midway across the upper thigh. Fan these fibers out to cover that joint. And just tack down the loose ends. And that completes the hip joint. Makes it look more natural, but this doesn't look so natural here. So I see one side looks thicker, this side looks thicker, but I think it's because I pulled this one tighter around. So I'm going to pull this one a little bit tighter around. I just need to start manipulating these two sheets of wool here that are manipulating them from right here up and around. So now I want to attach these down just a little bit. They kind of rode up a little bit. I want to start making sure they're divided nicely, little cheeks. And I don't think that our cheeks are separated all the way up our back. So we need to end that so we'll have a nice little rump. What I want to do is hold tightly, really tightly to this and thin this out. Thin this glumpy, clumpy wool out. We don't need that much running up the back. So then, fan these out. found a mount and I want to lay one crossways right over the neck. So that's going to stop that crack from traveling up the back. So I found a mount and the fibers are kind of crisscrossed here. So I'm going to take my double needle and just start tacking these loose ends down. He's going to look very hippie. We still have to add his belly, and that's going to fill things in. But you should start seeing his little figure coming into play here. Let's see, I'm going to get my single needle back. So I'm going to start working on his lower back and start sculpting here a little bit. Give him some shape, a little body to that. I see one cheek sagging and severely droopy. We can fix that easily. Let's just pull this up. Pull that up a little bit. Still big, so we can just start, kind of like the eyes when one was too big, just start kind of feeding it in here. We can sculpt more of it in, pulling it in more here. See how quickly the little butt forms? They're so fun. So if you notice, I'm avoiding sculpting right in there. I don't need to. I can pull it into shape by pressing fibers in these deeper areas. It pulls it down into shape and it'll keep a nice lofty little bottom. So I'm going to just keep sculpting away here. I'm going to sculpt with my doubles. I think they do fabulous sculpting work. And just make sure. We're going to come back to that once we get his belly on and his back and everything, and we're going to give it a good sculpting at the very end. But I just want the shapes to be fairly even, both cheeks fairly well formed, and the crack shouldn't run up the back too far. Sculpt a little indentation in. You can definitely get them sculpted how you want them. So the next thing is the belly. The belly's going to take a nice sheet of wool as well. Let's see here, I'm just going to clean this one up. One more little bit of wool. So I have a little thin stack. If you want them quite, you can make this a really thick piece of wool. Use a thick stack of sheets of wool if you want them really fat little belly. Tell about how thick mine is. He's not going to be fat. He's not going to be tiny, skinny either. But let's see here. I want to just take one of these ends. I'm going to fold it over just like we made the nose into a point, just like the nose. I'm going to take my single yellow and close that point up really gently. So I have this nice little sheet of wool, triangle shaped piece. Tear off that excess. So now back into this poor little groin area. We're going to lay this point should come right down towards the buttocks, towards where the two cheeks meet. I'll show you after I get done because I can't do it and show you at the same time. Just too hard. I'm really pressing it on there. So this, I've got it started there between the legs. So now I want to take this and run it across. Do the attachment stroke right up along the groin until I get, again, about midway across the thigh, the upper leg there, and then pull it around. And this even gives more strength to that hip joint. Looks very pregnant right now. Don't despair. We're going to be able to get a whole bunch of that out, but it's, again, going right back. I don't want too much to go back there. I have it's a little thick there. I'm going to pull this little bit off. I just want a nice thin bit of wool to spread over, to stretch out and hold this belly into shape. It looks awful. It looks saggy. We're going to get it all fixed up, I promise you. Like a pregnant little droid, and I keep calling it a male, so I don't know if that's fitting, and we could change that, but its face looks male to me, so droids eat jelly beans. That's what they live off of, so you didn't make it look like your droids had too many jelly beans. No problem. Little tufts like that, I don't see the need to felt that in. It won't serve any purpose, so I just pull off things like that. It just takes longer to felt it in. It won't really, it's not much wool, it won't really make much of a difference in the long run. But he's got a terrible profile, I think. I'm not happy with that, so I'm just going to start poking and stretching and pressing to get it into a nice little shape that I do like. There's a big piece of grass in there. We'll get that out in a minute. It'll pop its way out, I betcha, or we may leave it. We'll just see. I'm actually going to switch to my double, do some speed sculpting here. Staying out of the belly for now, and what I do to reduce it is like I did with the cheeks, just go along the edges of it and pull it rather than stabbing right into it. It's getting much better. Attach it a little bit better down in here. Force some more of these fibers. Flatten them out so it doesn't look so poofy. Notice how I'm pulling the legs back a little bit when I'm getting in there. I want to make sure that we don't attach it to the wrong part of the leg. You know, when you flex the leg, it's not stuck to the belly. So I'm going to keep sculpting. His bottom looks just a little bit too big, so I'm just going to keep sculpting away here. This is the magic of needle felting here, this process. Once you get all these basic parts on, you can sculpt them in the shapes that you like. So I can start gently felting now into this area. I want to leave it somewhat soft though, so it has that lifelike. That effect is funny to me. So now that we got the butt on and the belly, the legs look so thin, so I like to just take and build these up so he looks more natural. Build his legs up by wrapping it with whole sheets of wool. If his legs look too skinny, you can see it'll make a big difference in how your droid looks, because it just looks like little pegs stuck in there now. So go ahead and wrap these and just Just like you wrap the joints, only have a little bit lighter touch because you're not really attaching anything together. You're just putting some meat on his bones. So the next thing we're going to do is a chest. Give him a little definition in the chest area. And this step serves two purposes. It gives that definition I mentioned, and it also helps strengthen up this arm joint. Just like when we added the tummy and the butt, that strengthened the hip joints. The chest and the back both serve to strengthen the shoulder joints, which are both very crucial joints. So this little guy, little male, is just going to have some chest muscles. Nothing elaborate, nothing fancy. All I want to do is take a couple sheets of wool, you can see about the size of them. And I just want to fold them again into just one of those nice little nose shapes. Keep it kind of squared on the end. And let's see, I like the single needle for this because it keeps the wool really lofty. It doesn't overfelt it in a hurry. The doubles can do it, so I don't reach for them for everything. So I'm just tighten that together. This is going to get attached to the body, so I don't need to worry about closing it too tightly. Just again, nice little shape. Don't you love how just the little head just sits there happily waiting for you to finish his little body? He's so patient. The fun part does come when the head meets the body. So I have two shapes here. Let's see, they're close to the same size. They don't have to be perfect. The main thing is they're fairly similar to the same density. You don't want one really thick and one really thin. We can sculpt them into shape. So we're just going to lay them over the chest. They come, the chest muscles come down quite a ways down the chest. I'm just using a light attachment stroke to attach it around the lower part of it. You can see that seam is right there. So I'm just going to pull the fibers right over the seam while I'm attaching it. And it's gone. And again, up towards, just around a little bit. Now I want you to just take this and separate it a bit. Hold the arm up. You can see we can feed it up under the arm and up and around. I'm just going to tack these in and just start sculpting this. Now it looks like a nice lofty set of breasts right now, but we've just started to attach it. So again, on the other side, pull these fibers apart. Vegetable matter jumping out at me there. So now I just want to start sculpting. Flattening these out and sculpting them. I'm going to switch to my double needle so I can make this process go a little faster, getting these shaped to what I want. I'm going to, like I did on the other side, on the buttocks, kind of fan and spread one layer right over the next. And I'm going to close up the arms and let these extra fibers go right over the shoulders. Whoops, we kicked his little head right out of the way. Again, hold that arm down and let these fibers work in right over the shoulders there. So it looks a little poofy. It doesn't look quite right to me yet. It looks like the muscles are extending too far under the arm. So it just hasn't been felted good. It's just still a little puffy. And I'll show you how to cover a seam. I see a pretty obvious seam right here that I don't need. Actually, we're going to do the shoulders, and that may cover this seam, so I'll show you if we get there. If not, we'll come back to this seam right here. You can see it. So I'm just going to continue sculpting what I think a nice creature chest might look like. I'll show you here. He's barely got any definition. I didn't use much wool. I used really thin sheets when I did him. So you could have used less wool than what we started with here. I'm going to try to get this chest flattened back out. I don't want all that air in it, all that puffy wool. I'm just sculpting away, quietly sculpting. I get a lot of thinking done when I'm needle felting. I like to listen to great music too. I can't stress enough how fun it is to put on some good music, maybe have some nice coffee or tea, and just lose yourself in some needle felting. This poking sound I find quite soothing. So I'm just poking until I like the shape. If I find that any of this is too drastic, I think it's cute. He looks muscly now to me. If I find it's too drastic, I can cover any of this and smooth this out a little bit with just a really thin sheet of wool needled on, and it will smooth that out if I want it to. But again, I'm not sure. Let's just see. If I don't like that, I can needle it right in tight, or I can just peel it off. Simple. But I think it kind of makes for a more natural effect. Doesn't look like I just put a piece of wool, a chunk of wool right over him. So again, what I did to one side, I better do to the other, or he's going to look funny. That's how you cover seams, by the way. Told you we'd get there. Anytime you have a seam that you just can't seem to felt out, just cover it with a really thin sheet of wool. To the back. We're going to give him a couple little shoulder blades and some muscle along his spine. So for that we need Oh boy, can you guess it? Some more sheets of wool. I'm not too fussy about these shapes either, as long as they're fairly close to the same density. So again, we're back to the nose shape. I've got these ones, I want to stretch them out a little bit longer than what I did for the chest. And so I just want to make a little nose shape in the end by folding it. And just give it a quick tack, just a few stabs to tack it together. And do the same for the other piece. So I just want to lay these two pieces out right on his back, kind of end up close to the top of the shoulders, but not all the way up there. And start with that attachment stroke. And go right down. And here we're going to separate this wool a little bit. I don't want it to wrap around the front of the chest because we just worked on that. So I want to thin this out. I do want it to come up just slightly under the armpit. I turned it over. You can see better what I'm doing here. When you're first adding these kind of shapes, it looks like a mess at first until you just start tacking in the edges. It's going to look funny for a little while here. Bear with me. Sort of separating them at the top. And just think of the muscles that run along either side of your spine. They sort of separate again down near the buttocks. So let's see, let's fix this up. This is much too thick of wool here. So thin that out a little bit. Here too. When you're thinning out the wool, the most important thing to remember is to hold on to where you've already worked and felted. You don't want to pull any of that out. So let's see, let's feed some of this right up under this armpit. Strengthen this a little bit. Don't want to go to the front. Start tacking this down here. There's too much wool there. I'll thin that out right here. So it looks thick and chunky on the back, so I just want to start sculpting. Sculpt some of this air out and give it some nice shape. Here I want to cover up a little bit of this. It's looking a little like a line across there, so I just want to fill this gently in here. A sheet of wool can sure cover a lot of things. But before I sculpt too much up here, I'm going to want to get the head attached. And that brings a lot of wool when we make that a big attachment. It brings a lot of wool down over the back of the shoulders. So we'll have more time to sculpt that. So I don't want to work on something that I know I'm going to cover with another step. So I'm just going to sculpt all this in. I know I'm done with all this area. So it's just a matter of sculpting it to the shape that you like. Use your, don't forget you can push. You can change his posture. You can make him kind of more hunched over, but we'll have more opportunity to get there as well when we get his head on. I'm going to fill in this area with the wool hair. I'm going to finish that, and then when we come back, we're going to make his hands and feet, and then put his head on, and we'll have made a little droid. Okay, so now his legs are the same thickness. I'm going to add a little more bulk to his forearms and his lower legs when we add the hands and feet, so I didn't do much work there. There's lots of room for sculpting still if I want, but he's very flexible. And let's just try something here just to get us in the mood. Look at that. Look at how cute he's going to be. So the next step is to get him standing. I like to do the feet and then the hands. It's just the sequence I like to work. To do feet, we use basically the same techniques that we use for the ears, but we don't leave anything fluffy. We make foot shapes on the felting pad by drawing them in and flat felting them. Here I've got roughly two stacked up there. The bigger the feet, the easier your character will stand on his own. So keep that in mind. Big feet always make it cute, I think. I'm not afraid to put some really big feet on a droid. So they're roughly the same thickness. Let's see what a foot looks like. They're cute and they're flexible and they're pretty easy to make. So you already have all the skills you need, but you might not know it yet, how to put them all together. So let's just do this step by step here. I'm going to take my single needle, and you won't have the benefit of a pre-made shape like I have here. I planned ahead and made them to show you. So what you're going to need to do is picture what roughly a foot looks like. Let's start out here at the end of the foot where the toes are going to be attached. It's wide. Let's move down here. We're going to narrow down past the ball of the foot down to the arch. We're going to keep it narrow all the way down to the heel. And here again, just work your way down. Think of the outside of the foot. Now, before we do anything, we've been drawing this, so let's draw the other one. Here we go. Across the toe. Down around the ball, into the arch, and down into the heel. And back up to the toe. Now these shapes don't have to be perfectly the same size at all. We have a lot of time to sculpt and form these. So the first thing we want to do, and see here we kind of ran out before we got to the other length. Well, let's just address this right now. I need a little extra here around the heel. I don't want to be cut short. So let's just draw that right back in like that. That gives me some more to fold up. So I'm going to start folding it to the line like we've done for the mouth shape and for the ears. You just fold up right into that line you've drawn into the felting pad, pulling your fibers up and attaching them into the center of your flat shape. This wool is a little lumpy, but with careful maneuvering I can make it behave. I'm just gently pulling it right up to that line I drew without pulling it out. You can just feel in there anytime and feel where that line is. And start working the fibers over it. So I'm going to hold on tight and thin this out just a little bit. This looks huge, and it is. It's going to shrink a lot as we keep forming it. So this is just the initial shape, and like I said, the heel. Some of this is going to be formed a way to attach the heel, so that's not going to be the entire length of the foot either. So a double needle, oh boy, let's just see how these work for a nice foot shape. Oh, they work so great. They just double up everything, make it go faster. So I'm going to use my double one over here on this one. Start folding it over right up to the line. That got stubborn. I just want to fluff that out a little bit. You have a little spot in the wool that's trying to leave a big line or a groove or something, just fluff it out. It'll behave. So going over the whole surface now, felting it all down. See how, what an angle I'm going at, that's so I'm not driving too many fibers down into the pad. Certainly some are going into the pad, but I want them to stay within their shape as much as possible here. So I'm going to peel it off gently. See how fuzzy it is. And I'm going to keep sculpting it. Thin this heel area out just a little bit. By pushing the fibers from the edge towards the center that way, I'm making the shape narrower. I can turn it over and do the same thing. By felting into it, by felting into the center, I'm just strengthening up this piece. Shrinking quite a bit in this process. It shrinks once it's released from the felting pad. The felting pad keeps it from shrinking much, but it shrinks right away once you pull it out. What I do a lot is I just stretch the wool with the whole side of a finger and then just slide it along as I felt it before it goes back to where it was. So I'm just going to felt this side, pushing the fibers always towards the center. And we're getting pretty close to a nice foot shape. This is going to be the bottom of the foot, the part that was stuck into the pad. Just has a neater look to it when it's done, and this has all the rough stuff from where you pulled and folded over the line. So when I sculpt this one, I want to keep that in mind. I think this one's switched feet. Now it's Now it's going to be the left foot. So when I'm sculpting this one, I'm going to sculpt it to be the right foot. Pulling in this arch area right now, we'll set that. You want to try to get them pretty close to the same size while you're sculpting them like this off the pad. Turning over here. So just keep sculpting it until it is the opposite foot of the first one you finished. See, we're not far off at all. Just gonna thin this down over here and just keep going. And when these ones are a little smaller, it's okay. We can the bigger feet stand better, like I said. So when you come back, you should have 2 feet somewhere between the sizes of this and these. And then we will make some toes. So I've got my 2 little feet. They're close to the same size. Same shape, close to it. I'm not perfectionist there. They're going to change shapes dramatically, and I'm going to sculpt them a lot more once I get the toes on and once I put it on the foot. Then I really sculpt it into shape. So this is just a good base to start with. So to make toes, we're going to reach for our trusty felting stick. And I have 2 sizes. And for the toes, I like to make them fairly chunky. Those ones are kind of chunky, but we're going to make ours maybe even a little fatter than that. I've got 2 sizes of sticks. I'm going to go with the thicker one for this. So now's a good time to pick up some of these scraps you've been pulling off, because a toe doesn't take much wool at all. I showed you how to make this shape already once, way back when we were working on the face, and we did these brow bones. It's the same exact thing. You use the felting stick, you just fold the wool right over the end of the stick. I'm going to keep it pinched down while I start turning the stick and winding this right around it. Now I'm going to gently fold the fluff over the end. I've got this tail, and you can see the fibers stretching and straining, and I've got this tail and I'm pulling it and just wrapping it around the stick, twisting the sticks to help me do that. So you can see right under my fingertip we've got this tightly wound wool, and I'm continuing to spin the stick in the same direction that I was from the beginning. I don't want to change directions. I'm letting go and keeping spinning it while this wool is under my fingertips, and it's felting it so that when I pull it off the stick, it holds together. But this is a toe. It's right at the end there. It's going to get kicked around a little bit. It might kick some stuff. So I want to felt it. I don't want to rely on just that little bit of felting on the stick. So here's what I'm doing, is just with my single yellow needle, just very gently giving it a quick felting. And all of my dolls, and the DROITS are no exception, they have 4 toes, 3 fingers, and 1 thumb. It's the way I love to make them. I think when you try to put 5 on this foot, it turns into a big patty. You're welcome to try if you want it more anatomically correct, but I think 4 toes are perfect, as are 3 fingers. So what we need to do is make 4 of these. So for 1 foot, we have to make 8 of these. You saw how quick it takes. It just takes a minute, so let me make a couple more here. Really shouldn't take you too long to make a toe. Wrap it around. want to get the shapes close to the same size, but if one's thin, it can become the pinky toe. If one's really big, well, it could be a big toe. As long as they kind of match. And that one's much thinner than the first one I did. And one thing about toes and fingers too, we're going to need to do this when we do the hands, is that if a toe doesn't work, if it's not the right size, toss it aside. It just took a minute to make it. Didn't take much wool. I think we'll be able to make that work. So 2 more. Fold it over, get it going. And 1 more. 4 toes in under 5 minutes. You're seeing them in real time. I'm not speeding anything along. You're seeing how fast it is to make a toe. I put my thumb right on the end of it to try to felt that end down a little bit. It seems to help. Sometimes you'll get a little twisty point. Don't worry about that. You can felt it right in with the needle. You can make 4 more right now. That's what I usually do. But for this video, I'm going to show you how to attach these toes. So go ahead and finish. This would be a good time to pause. Make 4 more toes just like that. And we come back, we'll get them attached to the end of the foot. Okay, so I have a pile of toes. To prepare them to attach, we need to clean off these fluffy ends here. So hold tight to the toe and pull it off. You need to leave some fluff, and once you pull it off, it's like how we did the ears, fan those fibers out right to the felted area. The base should be nicely felted. So I want to find the 2 biggest ones to use for the big toes, and I think that was one of the biggest ones. So it's going to go right over the top of the end of the foot. Single yellow needle, and just tack it right in, just right down the length of the foot, of the toe. It's kind of sticking up right now. That's okay. I turned it over, and I'm going to just tack these loose fibers down. Not too worried about the shape of it or anything just yet. So pick out another toe. This looks like a good candidate. Clean off that fluff. I always look for a thin spot to attach it close to the other toe. And repeat all of those steps. The first is just to the needle right down the length of the toe. Just tacks it into place. And then just attach those loose fibers. Let's see, I'll pick another toe. Whoops. Trying to pull that vegetable matter out, and it pulled the whole foot out from under my needle. Let's see, one of these little toes will make a great pinky toe. See, I'm already running out of room, and that toe looks so little right there. And make a little more room for it here. Goes right on the end. So now just take some time to sculpt them, get them all go in the same direction. Once I've got them all on, I like to felt through the foot sideways a little bit to make sure those fibers are well attached. It's a funny looking thing. It doesn't look much like a foot. I like to turn the toes up just slightly. Keeping in mind which side this is on. This is a left foot, so I want to shrink this down just a little bit this way. Just sculpting it. We're going to sculpt it a little more once we get it on the foot. So just make sure that it looks like a little foot. It's going to look like a little flat thing, but toes are all on there. So once we attach it to the little end of the legs, you're going to see, and we're going to be able to sculpt it a little more. So go ahead and get them attached to the other foot, and when we come back, we will get these feet on him, and he should be able to stand right up. So now we have a couple of little goofy feet. They're actually giant. They look huge. They're going to be fun though. He's going to stand really good. So let's see if we can make it so you can see what we're going to do is we're going to attach his feet right to the end of his leg. So this is going to become his ankle, and this part of the foot is going to wrap up around and become his heel. So let's just get started. I'm going to take my black needle, the 36 triangle, and I'm going to go right down the length of this leg and tack it right. I want to get his feet lined up with his knee, right in the center here. Looks like a big ski or a snowshoe at this point, and that's okay. It's going to. So I'm just tacking it into place. It's kind of tricky on the bottom to do it. In fact, it's really tough to keep it in the camera and do it. I usually hold it over an edge or something here. So I'm going to, let's see, just tack it right into the bottom of the foot. Oh, it came out. It came out. It'll do that because it's just tacked in. So what if we try it this way? I tacked it in. Now I want to just take this yellow and go and do this attachment stroke. It's so hard to show you because I have to stand it up straight. I think you'll be able to see what I've done as soon as I can get them out of the way. Can you see there where my needle's going? Just right down along the edge where the two shapes meet. Just a quick little attachment, and then pull some of these looser fibers from the foot right into the ankle. There, now it's attached. I can work with it now. So just continue going around this till it feels secure. It's like all the other joints. It's not going to be complete until it's wrapped. So the foot looks backwards and wrong. It's going to all take shape. Trust me here. So before I even move along to the next foot, I want to get this one securely attached. I don't want to knock it off and have to redo it. So I want to turn it over here. This part's a little tricky. I find that leaning it over the edge of the pad is very helpful. And I'm going to try to keep it so you can see what I'm doing. What I'm doing is I'm bending this, folding this whole heel end up right over the end of the leg. And pull it down. Try to show you. See, I've got it just folded right over. So the tricky part is holding it while you get it started, and you want to use that attachment stroke. So I have it wrapped up around the back of the leg here. I want to give it a little, make sure it's not too tight. And I want to wrap it up around the sides of the foot and use the attachment stroke again and just work my way towards the front of the leg. Again, just securing it here, working my way around. I want to turn it over. And just continue. You can see I'm going to just fold it down right here. I'm just going to continue that attachment stroke right around. So this is going to form the heel part of the foot. It looks really unnatural and odd right now. That's okay. We're going to give it a little more body here in just one moment. I turned it over again and I'm folding it just up. You can still see the front of this shape, but the rest of the bottom, the rest of the ankle should be hidden with a fold from the bottom of the foot. So there's the only place that I haven't covered. So I need to cover that area, and I need to build up the top of the foot, the arch area. So to do that, I need a sheet of wool. Let's see, a good size sheet would be approximately that. So to make the arch of the foot, I want to give it a little body on the top. So I just folded that over one time. So what I'm doing is I'm just kind of looking at my own foot. I'm pretty flat here around my toe area, but just beyond the toes, my foot starts angling up slightly towards my ankle. So I've folded that shape, and I'm letting a lot of this fluff remain as I really gently turn it over, and sort of see I've stretched it all the way around, and it's going to wrap that whole ankle joint that we just did. And tack it in. It's kind of tricky because it's an awkward, I don't want to lay it flat like this because I won't get a good joint. I want to keep it where it's going to be in the standing position as I attach it. So it's a little bit tricky to hold it up off the pad like this. So now it's tacked in, and I can go back in and start working it. It looks like a mess, but it's really not. I'm going to wrap it right under the foot here. We'll be able to cover any seam. We're going to keep sculpting the feet. As soon as we get this extra bit of, as soon as we get it attached and this arch piece dealt with here. Again, there's more loose fiber. I'm just going to wrap it right under the foot. If there's too much, you know what to do, and that's hold on tight to what you already felted and pull it off. See, it's starting to look more like a foot, but it looks all backwards. There's too much here, so we're going to start sculpting. We're going to start sculpting, and I'm going to start with these loose fibers way up here on the leg. I'm going to sculpt my way down into an ankle. Just sort of picture a cute little foot in your head. Look at your own foot. If you've got kids around, look at their feet. So I'm working in an ankle. I'm going to move along to the back. Just kind of keep moving it around. I don't want to work one area too long. The whole thing can get really lopsided if I do that. It's kind of like the face. What you do on one side, you turn it over while you remember what you did and repeat on the other side. So for now, I'm going to start working in this inside, the inside arch of the inside of the foot. So I don't necessarily want to repeat what I've done on the outside of the foot. It's not shaped the same. So this is part of the sculpting part of needle felting, sculptural needle felting. Just can't expect to put on parts and have them look right. You have to take some time to sculpt. So now I want to start shrinking this whole foot up, and it's going to thicken it by building this whole arch area. Our feet are pretty complicated. They're complicated and they hold us up amazingly well, and if you get a good pair of needle felted feet, they'll hold up these lightweight little dolls really easily. And our little droids will be able to have a little more fun if they can stand on their own. Not all can. A lot of my droids can't stand on their own. I made their feet not quite tight enough, or their joints not quite tight enough. But as I've progressed with my own needle felting skills, I've learned how to conquer those problems, and I'm passing them along here to you so your droid can stand on his own. You just see how I'm just enjoying my time sculpting. Leaving a little ball of the foot there, right underneath the big toe, behind the big toe. So I'm going to move along back to the top of the foot, get it more believable looking. We have a seam there where I've needled that folded arch piece in. So we're going to have to cover that. I can tell that's not going to be easy to work in. So we'll just cover that with a thin sheet of wool here in just a moment. I want to lengthen this. This whole area just looks too long. So one way is to upturn the toes. I think upturned toes have a very lively effect. So I'm going to start sculpting a little bend into the toe area. Just lay this down. I'm going to just start with each toe. I'm actually going to switch to the double needle for this. I need some fast felting action to get this foot into shape as quick as possible. I don't like spending excessive time on feet, although I find myself spending a lot of time on feet because I find that, like I was saying, if you get them felted good, it's a good foundation, and they will stand and carry your little characters anywhere they may want to go. So I'm just going to keep sculpting here. I'm using the same techniques that I've showed you to reduce shapes, to shrink them, by forcing the fibers into the middle of the shape. I can see it getting thicker here in the middle, and I have to go back in and re-sculpt this little arch area. That's okay. I want it thick in the middle. I want it strong. I don't want a floppy foot. And when I'm doing dolls, a lot of times I put shoes on them, and then I build a foot, I leave the toes off, but shoes add a lot of extra support. So if you're making shoes, you can get by with thinner feet shapes because you don't want it to look too thick. But our droids don't wear shoes, so we need to build up the feet and make them strong and nice without shoes. And for that, it takes a little bit of sculpting. I may take half an hour on each foot to get it all sculpted into shape. It's looking more natural shaped already. Just going to gradually go over this last puffy area of that sheet that I put on for the arch. I don't want it to look too large. I'm going to squish this in and shorten it even more. I'm going to work on this outside of the foot a little bit more. I haven't really addressed that much. Pushing the fibers towards the middle of the foot again. And then all you have to do is repeat and get a matching foot. Give these toes one good sculpting on the underneath. We have a pretty good groove right under our toes where our toes meet our foot. And then the last thing on this foot is just to cover up this little seam. And you want to be careful not to add another seam. So I like to work my way from the center and out, and these last remaining fibers, just gently felt them down and you'll never see the seam. So there we have. I think I'm going to sculpt a little bit more. The heel looks a little bit thick. I'm going to sculpt it down just a little bit more. I'm going to use a lot more of those squishing techniques as I go. This is too loose right around here. See, I can pull fibers off, so that needs a little more work. So I'm going to continue and go around all of this. I'm going to get the other foot attached, and then we're going to move along to the hands. So if you can remember, and rewind's a really good thing here, just see how I attached this foot and how I went about the whole process. And when you attach your second foot, make sure you have it lined up right so you don't have two left feet. Remember, the key principles are putting it on so you have enough room to create a heel out of the back of this foot. Then you need to create that folded shape to make it into the arch after you've attached it on using the attachment stroke. Keep the knee lined up as you hook everything together, and before you know it, you're going to have 2 feet on your little droid. When I was attaching all of this wool up here around the ankle from this wrap, I went ahead and added a little more around the knees to secure the knees a little bit more. And our little guy's about done with his feet. He'll stand on his own here. There's no head and no hands to help kind of balance it out. It's wanting to tip backwards a little bit. If yours is really tilting backwards, some ways to remedy that is just to lean them forward. If you can see here, I've got them leaning forward. I'm going to take, I'll try this double yellow. I just want to go in, let's go with this black. Just right down along the length and just try to drive that ankle joint a little bit forwards towards the front of the foot. It'll keep the whole thing from leaning backwards too much. And then just work right down along where the Achilles heel would be. And so he stands a little bit better already. So these are some things you can do. An arch in the foot, if you don't work an arch into the foot, it's not going to stand as well. They just like an arched foot to stand good. So try to work in an arch and make sure to adjust the angle of how the leg meets the foot if you need it to stand a little better by using some really deep attachment strokes. Now to the hands. Hands are really similar to the feet. What we do is we make a flat sheep. That's a Freudian slip, I believe they call it. We make a flat shape and we leave part of it fuzzy. That's where we're going to attach it to the end of the arm. So to make your flat shapes, just like you did the foot, just like you did the ears, just like you did the upper lips, all that stuff, you need a sheet of wool or 2 sheets of wool because you need a pair of hands. Lay those out on your felting pad. Get your yellow needle, draw a square right into the center of this, but only draw in 3 sides. Leave the 4th side free. So here we're going to draw in the other side while we're at it. So just fold those over right to your lines. And move over to this side. And this lump of wool here, it doesn't need to be there. I'm going to pull that right out of there. Double needle time. So I'm only felting partially down this shape. Well, I'm going to stop where I stopped the lines. So repeat on the other side and then pull them off and do just a little more sculpting, and we're going to then make some fingers. So make 2 hand shapes just like this, leave the fluff on the end, and when we come back we will get the fingers made and attached. So close to being done with our droid. So I'm back with my 2 hand shapes. And now what we need to do is make some fingers. Fingers are a little bit thinner than toes, so they're almost a little trickier than the toe shapes because you need such thin wisps of wool. So I laid the wool in my hand, in my fingertips, and just fold that wool right over. Pull it, get plenty of tension, and roll it. The tip is right in there, but you should be able to see it. You should be able to feel it, but you don't want to pull those fibers over so tight that it pokes through. If it starts to poke through like it is right there, just let off on your tension a little bit. Pull back on the stick just slightly. And you can see I'm pulling this tail around really tightly as I twist the stick. And where I'm taking these fibers is right towards the base. You can sort of see this tip sticking out there. It's going to be okay. What I want is the base of the finger every bit as thick as the tip, so that's why I wound that tail right down towards the base of the finger. And now I'm spinning where I think the length of the finger is going to be. If I want the finger longer, I'm just going to keep spinning, but I don't want to get into this really thin stuff because I need a thick base of the finger. So, there was a good review. I pulled it off the stick and get the yellow needle and just give it a little bit of light felting. It's always a good idea to very, very carefully stab it into the end to tighten that up too. And you can always take it and smooth it out. There's one finger. You need 7 more. I'll demonstrate one more. And then we'll come back and we'll attach all of our fingers. So fold it over the stick, get it tightly wound, tightly wrapped around, I should say. And I'm feeding that tail right down towards the base. Spin, start the felting process. Pull it off the stick. Roll it around just a little bit. This just gives it a little more strength. So as we get these fingers done, the way we're going to prepare them for putting them on the hand is the same way we did the toes. We're going to spread them right out to this felted area. So if you spread yours out and this base collapses, it means that you don't have enough fiber at the base and your finger's kind of hollow. And if your base just totally collapses, mine's holding together. Hold apart. If it gets thinner in any area down here, discard that finger, just toss it aside and make another one. You don't want them weak at the base. So stretch that out. You can stretch them out. It was a little short there. I was stretching it back out, but it's still strong at the base. So that's a good finger. Let me test this one. It's good to test them out as you get them made. Just gently peeling these fibers apart, stretching right up to the felted area, and it's passing my test. I'm tugging on it pretty good, and it's not collapsing. It's strong, all and evenly felted. Stretch it out just a little bit. So there are 2 fingers ready to go. One thing about these fingers is they like to disappear. There's a good way to store them, is just stand them straight up. So now I only need 6 more. So go ahead and get all of your 8 fingers made. When we come back, we'll get them on. So I've been needle felting some fingers. So I've been busy needle felting some fingers, and I wanted to and I had showed you an example of a good needle felted finger. I wanted to show you one that I discarded. Pulling it off, and already the fibers you can see are just getting really thin and wispy. So now I'm going to try to pull these little bits apart. And by the time I get up to the felted area, it's just too short to use. It's just so weak in here, the fibers are thin. Here's what I mean when it thins out right there at the base. You can barely see it, but I can really see it when I get them on there. So this would be a throwaway finger. Just will take me another minute to make another one, so it's really not a problem. So to put these fingers on is very much the same way as the toes, except for the thumb we approach a little bit differently. So I just pick a finger that looks like it could be a nice forefinger. This one looks long and lean. And we'll just go ahead and put it on first. So I just have these fanned out fibers that I put right over the whole end of this hand shape. And take this yellow needle, and this takes delicate, gentle felting just like it did on the feet. I'm going to take this right down along the length and tack it on, and then just needle felt the fibers down. Finger number 2. I like to pull off any ratty looking chunky stuff that just makes for an unattractive finger and hand. You can pull it off, pull it off. And get one of the smaller finger shapes. So I'm going to attach this third finger down here. Sculpt the hand a little bit. I'm going to sculpt the palm here. A little indentation for the palm. You can see I'm kind of pinching. I'm keeping these fibers pinched together so it tapers down into a wrist shape. I don't want a needle felt in there far. I want this loose stuff to attach to the hand, but I do want it starting to taper into a wrist. So the last digit we want to put on is the thumb. This is the forefinger here. Here's the palm. Our thumb attached lower down on the hand. So I just laid that out right on the palm of the hand and just started needling it just like I did the others. The only thing you might have to adjust is the angle here, and just keep working at it. It shouldn't be too hard to get that on there and looking like a thumb. See how easy that was? I'm going to make sure it's attached on this side too. And there we have a cute little hand. So just get the other fingers and thumb on the other hand, making sure that you make a matched pair. You don't again want, like you didn't want 2 left feet, you don't want 2 left hands. So make sure that you get the thumbs on the opposite sides of the hands, and don't worry about getting them too sculpted. Once we get them on the arms of our droid, that's when we'll get them sculpted more into the hands that they're going to be. So we have a nice little pair of hands that we are going to get onto our little droid's body. So to attach the hands, I just hold and pull off that fluff on the end. I need a bit to attach it, so I don't want to clean it all off. And I'm going to separate the fibers again, like I've done for so many other things. And separate it right up to where I stopped felting. And now you can see why I don't keep felting all the way up into the wrist. So what side does this go on? The thumbs go towards the body. So this attachment can be kind of tricky because I want to get this hand as close as I can, these 2 felted parts, the point of this, right tight against this felted area inside. I don't want any air gaps in here, so I really have to hold it down and pull it tight. I've got a lot of tension on it there, and I'm just going to start feeling my way into the tip of the arm. And just barely tacking it in there. Feeling it going into that solid tip. So it's tacked in on that side. Very carefully, very, very carefully, turn it around. Pull it tight here. And again, right into the tip of the arm. So now that I have it tacked in, I can look and make sure that I have it placed where I want it, the hand's in the right direction. Moves real naturally, so I'm going to go ahead and commit to this. If I needed to adjust it, now would be the time to give it some twists or turns, but I'm going to commit to this. So, lay this down where I can work comfortably. And I'm just going to start working my way up from the felted hand. See how I'm moving it? I don't work any one spot too long. Working my way up towards the fuzzies at the end. I don't want to work on one part all the way up to the fuzzies. Now it's looking like a glove. Turn it over, do this side. I'm not using my double needle here because this end is so dense that it can be kind of hard to pierce it through. I'm going to kind of thin these ends out here now again. They kind of bunched up as I was felting. I don't want the wool bunchy there. I want it nice and fluffy. It's not uncommon to have to refluff the ends of the wool. So now I'm going to start sculpting. Now that I have it attached, sculpt a little more of a wrist shape in. See how I squeezed it and then I'm poking it before it expanded back out? Right there, it's very thin and weak, and I'm going to just, doesn't take a lot. I shouldn't say very thin and weak, it was just a slight weak spot. It was just kind of bending and it felt skinny there. So, amazing thin sheet of wool and what it can do to fix any problem nearly. So now it's just a matter of sculpting how you like it and getting the other one attached. Let's strengthen that whole arm up here. So go ahead and get your other hand attached. When we come back, we're gonna learn how to attach the head. It's always a fun part to get the hands on. I'm sure you've been playing with your character. So the only thing major left to do now is to get this head attached. First, I want to try to tack this in with this black needle. This black needle is just great for these deep attachments. So what I'm going to do, see where I've got it, right deep in his ear canal? Well, now it's going to be an ear canal, and it's going to make his ear even more natural looking. Kind of makes a really deep point there. So I'm going to turn into, oh, I didn't even get shading in this ear yet. I'll have to get back to that. I showed you the shading in the other ear. So I'm just jiggling it just slightly. and making sure that I'm pulling out just enough not to come out and have to mash in more holes, but enough to grab more fibers to push from the head into the torso. So you see it is just tacked on enough to where he's so cute. I'm in love with him already. So it's tacked on enough so I can work with it. So what I'm going to do now is just get back holding it like this. I'm going to get my hands positioned so I'm pressing these two parts together. Now I'm going to use my doubles because I want this super well attached, super duper doubly attached. I'll show you the singles. They work just fine. It just takes more poking. Simple thing. So I'm going to carefully reverse this and go from the head into the torso, right along the perimeter of where these two shapes meet. I see his ear is a little bit in the way, so I'm going to have to make some adjustments there. It's just not felted quite even with this one. Just going to pull that right out of the way. See how I'm making these adjustments, just squishing and getting it positioned how I want. So I want to be careful not to work into the tops of the arms. So we're going to follow the perimeter only on this egg shape, not into the shoulders. So you're going to have to do some careful felting here. I'm going to kind of tip it up just a little bit so I can keep following that perimeter. Peek inside there. You remember when you had to peel the arms back to get into the groin, into the armpit, or the legs to get into the groin? It's kind of the same here. You just got to make sure you've got that perimeter attached well. And while I'm in here in these tight areas, I like to go from, just work from the head into the body and the body into the head, back and forth as I move along the perimeter. Again here, when we're first attaching, it looks like he has absolutely no neck, because he does, but as we proceed with this process, it's going to stretch out just a little bit, and he'll form a little bit of a neck shape in there. Not much of one. So I'm going to peel him back right here. You can see these fibers. That's from where I tacked it in, from the ears. So I want to just kind of press those back. I shouldn't be able to see them. Kind of felting them back to where they came from. I had the head held in a slightly different position, so I'm just going to keep felting along this perimeter where these two shapes meet. Here I'm coming back into this other shoulder. So again, kind of angle it, hold it, peel it all back, press it together. Keeping your shapes soft makes these types of steps much easier than if your shapes are really dense and hard to flex. So his head is on, it's tight. I can peek in there, I can't see any major air gaps. So what I want to do now is, like I've done on every other joint, and that is give it a nice wrap of wool to keep to bind those two parts together. So it's a really small space, so I'm going to clean up a little sheet of wool here. just enough that I think I can get around that neck area, that whole perimeter that I just felted. Kind of stretching it out. So I'm going to start up front. Lay him down for his neck operation here. A little bit of surgery. So I'm just going to tack this in, starting to span both joints like I've showed you so many times. I don't want to drive the fibers in between. I want this sheet of wool to span. I'm going to start using my fingertips to force it around that joint or that seam, whatever you want to call it. And just working the fibers in. Just turn them. I may have to get another sheet. And that's okay. It doesn't hurt anything if it doesn't wrap around twice, as long as you have a nice even covering. Lay that in there. So I'll use my fingertips to press that wool right where I want it. Tacking those far ends, that helps to keep it all separated. What I don't want to do, so I've laid that in, I don't just want to stick my needle in there and start felting. It'll turn into a big glob of wool. I want to make sure that I keep that layer separated and work from the inside up and out, so it's not a glob of wool. We're making a delicate little neck in there. Keep it spread out. So now that you've got that wrap on, his head's kind of looking up. It's cute. It's hard to predict exactly what position it's going to wind up in the end. I like to let it do what it's going to do. I don't want to straighten that out. I think it's adorable. So I'm going to come back here. I've only tacked these fibers down, so I just want to start working my way. In fact, my double needles will come in handy. And if you remember way back when we talked about the back that we would get there when we attached the head, well, that sheet of wool didn't quite cover the shoulder blades, so we're going to address that as soon as we're done. We're going to add another little sheet of wool here, and we're going to check over the whole body to see if we need to place anywhere any more sheets of wool to hide any seams or strengthen any joints. There's usually some seams left from this neck attachment from this wrap that you have to fix up. But if you're careful with your felting and start in the middle and let those fibers pull themselves in gently, and if you fan them out, if they get really too bunched up, you shouldn't have to do a lot of seam covering. See how I'm just tilting his head back and really working under his neck, under his jaw here. And the end result is going to be a very flexible little neck. And if your neck feels too thin, just wrap it again. Simple wrap. So we have a little droid. Let's go over some of the main things I wanted you to accomplish. Lifelike. Now, I think he fits the bill for being lifelike. He's got some nice shading. His eyes are bright and white with some clear color. The technique that I showed you, if we go back and revisit the eyes, I showed you how to make a plain blue eye first. And then I showed you how to use merino roving after showing you how to use the blue batting. I laid the merino roving right over the blue eyes, and it made the most beautiful color. We've got some shading under his lip. He's only got one lip, but that's really all he needs to eat those jelly beans that he loves so well. He's got some cute little smile dimples. Very nice ears. His joints flex and move, nearly like ours do. So he's got flexible knees. His ankles are very sturdy and flexible. I want to check all these joints. If I can feel air gaps in there, and I can on this one, just want to show you. This is the time to finish it up properly. I could feel that wool pulling apart, so I want to make sure to felt it down good. And if it looks too thin, then I'm going to put another little sheet of wool around it. But so this next step in finishing, we're going to go ahead and talk about finishing up your project. And so the first thing I do is check these joints. And I make sure that I've gone over the whole entire surface and there's no loose wool that's ready to pull off, that everything is felted in. It doesn't have to be felted tight, but it has to be felted in. I'm looking for seams, thin areas, weak spots in the body parts. I see his knees are a little bit uneven. I'm going to just sculpt this one on the side a little bit more. One looked really thin and one looked chunky. And the one didn't have a clear shape, so I just want them to match. It doesn't. They're better already. See how cute his little bony knees are? So I'm going to work up his body. I don't see any seams here. I want to look, here's the groin area. Now this area oftentimes needs a little extra work after we've put all these parts together. And extra work simply means a sheet of wool. So I'm just, again, this is a delicate process. I'm just covering all these little seams. And you can see I'm taking just the lightest jabs with this yellow needle. And where I've covered the seam and I don't need this little extra bit, so I'm just going to pull it off. If you want to try to work out a little tiny seam, the red needle works pretty good for that. It's got more barbs and they're closer to the tip, and you can just sort of force a seam. I'm just barely poking the surface there, and it's just pushing that seam right away. So I'm going to switch back to my yellow. It seems to like this wool. My yellow needle likes this fun batting. If I were using premium batting, I'd probably use the red needle for this step. And all I'm doing is just finishing up the surface. I'm just sort of jabbing at these lights. I'm holding it nearly parallel and just giving it these really light jabs. This is just finishing up the surface nicely. Just still more. This is the final sculpting. So I want to work up into these armpits and make sure that they don't have any problems like the groin did. We don't want to see any seams. We don't want any gaps. We just want a nice smooth armpit. That one looks good. What I'm concerned about though as I'm working my way up here is this area needs a little more wool. There's some seams here and we need to cover this back area. So we need to get back into our wool, get some nice sheets cleaned up, and let's address these areas and put so we can make sure that our little guy is just as lovely as he can be. So if you can just see what I'm doing, I filled in those big shoulder blades, and now we just have the impression of shoulder blades, which is more the look I was going for. So I'm going to keep working. I'm covering this seam up here as well. But I have this icky thing of wool here. I got to pull that out. I don't want to felt in something thick and chunky. At this stage in the game, those thick and chunky pieces can be buried in body parts and things like that, but we don't want them there now, for sure. So again, this armpit, I shouldn't be able to pull wool like this. See that? That means I haven't done my job well enough there, and we need to fix it by poking. So again, just we're going for that nice smooth armpit. And if I need a sheet of wool to cover anything, then it's simple process. And this I can see that it's just, see that? It's weak. We need some more wool right there. We don't need a lot, but we need some, and it will really make a big difference on the lifetime of this arm here. So, just like we gave it the original wrap, no different at all. So we can do more shading. We've done so much shading on the face, why not do more on the body? I think the color that I wound up using the most of was this red that I mixed with the red batting. And see, I always save these little bits. It was the red batting that I mixed with the orange body color. And you can take and put shading wherever you think it might go. It's so fun. One fun place is to put it on his belly. It just adds a nice glow. Whoops, I need my yellow. Single yellow for that. Another nice place is to add a little rosy glow is these kneecaps. I like to be careful and don't get it over the whole end of the kneecap because it'll stretch. We want to let this knee stretch, so keep it on the leg portion. See there? That adds that rosy little glow. Wool laying everywhere. And mix up some more. You can use the brown shadings, the greens, whatever colors you like. Show depth and rosiness, whatever, or it doesn't need shading. You can do nails. Let's see, let me show you maybe a fast way to make some fingernails. Well, we can just use this mixture here just to give it slightly contrasting color. So you remember how we first made that eye shape? Where we just folded the fluffies over and tucked them in? Well, we can do the same thing. If you want to make toenails, just make a shape like that. Let me see if you can see here. Your single red needle, get your single yellow needle, and just felt it right into a toenail shape. You can use any color you want. If you want to make claws, I've never put claws on my droids. I just don't know. They might be scary with claws. So it's just a matter of then needling it flat and add it to all of them. Then I don't like the look. Delete that. I don't like the look. I don't want that look. I just want them to look like they're kind of furry. If you wanted to do claws, you'd simply felt over I'd say use your thin felting stick. Get a nice color. Here I have just a nice little rust color of, I think it's ochre. It's our ochre premium batting. I always have snips of all these colors laying around. I'm just going to wrap it really tight and thin around the end of the stick. I'm going for a sort of a pointy claw. I don't want it very long at all. So I just spun a little, now I'm going to try to really felt a point in. It's got that little loop on the end, I don't want that. Kind of flattening it out. Make it pointy. So I'm folding it over and let's just see what this does. Try and trim off more of these fuzzies. Don't want them there. So I'm just going to lay them right on. Gathering up those fuzzy ends to make a nice nail perimeter there. When I'm finishing things like cheeks, I often use that felting needle and get under there just to hold it up so I don't mash down the shape while I'm finishing the surface if there's a lot of fuzz on the surface. See? We don't want to mash that down. We want to keep it lofty. Same with the butt cheeks. It's a good way to keep those lofty while you finish the surface. And I showed you a bit about finishing where you just take these short little close jabs and switch up directions. This is our fun batting, so it doesn't finish as good as our premium batting. It always stays as kind of lumpy and textury. But the main thing is that there is no wool that you can pull off. You don't want to be able to easily just peel layers off of this guy. So, I don't know what more I can teach you about making droids. Play with all those techniques that I showed you for the face. Use some of them on some droids, don't use them on the others. Make some faces more plain. Like this. We got two buddies here. They're going to be buddies for a long time. We have lots of adventures to go on. So, thank you so much for joining us. It was great fun to share bringing a little droid into the world, and I can't wait for you to share yours with me. Email me anytime, contact me through my website at feltalive.com or needlefeltingsupplies.com or learnneedlefelting.com. I can be found at any of those places. Look for me on Facebook, we're there too. Thank you and have fun with your little droid.